It's 11:59 America, and this is Uncle Ponery with news, videos, and podcasts until dawn. Right now, I've got a few words for our brothers and sisters out there in the YouTube demonetized zone. Donald Trump is accused of leaking intel to the Russians. Donald Trump is accused of leaking intel to the Russians. Said intel was probably just the president bragging about his wife's bra size. Leaked intel is probably just the president bragging about his wife's bra size. I'll let you think about that for a minute. It's 12 o'clock America, and we're another day closer to victory. And for all of you Gunchannels out there, this is your stream. Good morning, everybody. Let me tell everyone to refresh for morning wood. And I'll give you the join links. We can get this underway. So yeah, news of the day was that the president possibly leaked intel about, terrorism or whatever to the Russians. I think he was just bragging about how ample and awesome his, wife's cuppage is. But whatever, anything that a liberal wants to scream in bloody murder to accuse people of treasonous acts for impeachment or whatever. Let them run out of steam, I guess. Links are out. Now just sit back and wait for you all to join in.
How's it going?
Howdy ho.
You're
You're a towel.
What is this, Elmo?
No. Towley. You're a towel.
What?
Yeah. Epic intro this morning as usual. Thought about it on the way to work. I was like, yeah, I'm going to use that. The president has admitted to sharing valuable intel with the Russians.
Well, valuable intel, that could be anything. That's not...
I know. I'm pretty sure what he did was he was sitting back in his chair with Lavrov, and he was holding out his tiny little hand, and he goes, Melania's cup size. I'm about to tell you the secrets. They fit perfectly in these hands that you keep staring at. I grab them because they're bigly. That's his, and because they're his anti-terror stress squeezer balls, they said, oh, he's leaking intel about fighting terrorism with the Russians. This is how I deal with the stress. Squeeze. They even honk when you grab them. It's great. It's so great. They're huge.
Well, here's the thing. When I was reading, wait a minute. When you read what it is, because anybody who's had a TS or SCI clearance, you don't have that once you're removed from that position. So all these news reports that former White House official, well, if they're former, they wouldn't have the clearance to know what was said in that meeting. So it's like, well, okay, the Washington Post is reporting that a former official is saying that, this happened or that happened. Well, a former official doesn't have access to that information, or at least they shouldn't have access to that information. So that right there just totally blows all this. Well, he shared. Well, no, it doesn't. It wouldn't make sense that a former official has that information to share or know what was shared.
I destroyed a lib last night when they posted this fire-breathing rant about leaking government intel. And I'm like, oh, you mean like that time that Hillary told the entire world what our nuclear response time was during a presidential debate?
Well, yeah, exactly.
I was like, you want to put your helmet on because you're about to backpedal right into the wall.
Hey, Cody.
Something that is being overlooked, shall we say, is that Obama shared information with the Russians that they used to bomb us with, or bomb our allies with in Syria. just a year ago.
Well, I mean, that's
Where was the
just,
uproar over that?
of course there's no uproar. Why would there be?
Because I can't do no wrong. Don't look at Chicago. That's just a black mark in history. We'll take care of that just like we're doing your Confederate memorials. Stop looking at my ears.
Wow. Miss USA backtracks on healthcare comments.
Oh
Wow.
Well, I sort of agree with her. It is a privilege. It's a financial privilege. If you are privileged enough to be able to afford it, then you have it.
Well, it's not even a privilege of can you afford it, not afford it, who paid it. The Constitution, nowhere in there does it say you have a right to health care. So
Well,
in essence, you can't say, well, it's a right. Well, where is it said that that's a right?
I can tell you exactly where a scrutinizer would tell you where it is in the Constitution. I guarantee you I can tell you exactly where they're referred to. The pursuit of
preamble.
life,
Oh,
liberty,
yeah,
and the
exactly.
pursuit of happiness.
But
The word life can be interpreted that way. It sucks, but it is what it is.
well, that's not in the Constitution. That's the Declaration of Independence. So I mean, if you're going to
Somebody
conflate,
will
if you can
drag that out, though.
oh yeah, I'm sure you could conflate the two and say, well, this, the Declaration of Independence says this, so in essence, someone would assume that the Constitution would also mean it, but you can't. That's two different documents.
They're still gonna say that it was based on the founding principles of our nation. You know it is.
Oh well, you could say that, but it wouldn't hold water because it's two different documents.
I know, but we live in a society where people keep trying to reinterpret amendments.
Well, I agree with you. That's exactly, they would do that, but any reasonable person, say, well, there's two different documents. The Declaration of Independence has nothing to do with rights. It has nothing. The Declaration of Independence does not guarantee you anything.
Yeah.
It's not like there's no amendments in there that, like the Second Amendment isn't in the Declaration of Independence. You can't hold up the Declaration of Independence and say, this gives me the right to own a firearm, or this gives me the right to not have the police search my house. It just not how it works in a normal society.
But we're not normal. This society is far from normal. I mean, look at it like this. We have the White House, the Senate, and the House of Representatives, and now we have the tipping balance in the Supreme Court. And yet we're still losing to liberals because they control the people. They literally control the people because they control 99% of the media out there. So they drive the narrative, and they're still beating us. We aren't normal. We're far from it.
Well, what I'm saying is not normal probably wasn't the right word, but any society that can read and comprehend simple wording, which Declaration of Independence and the Constitution are pretty simply worded.
Right.
You should be able to look and say, the pursuit of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. Well, where healthcare has nothing, is not involved in that statement.
No, they'll say life because the quality of life, or the pursuit of living a good one, or having a healthy one.
My question there is, did they have health insurance when that was written?
They barely had doctors when that was written.
Well, that's exactly my point. You can't say, well, they foresaw we would have health insurance.
Now, you can't make that fucking argument because they didn't have machine guns when the Second Amendment was written either.
Right. It's all about interpretation.
I mean, we can't throw one thing in their face and then use that same premise to...
You mean like the one thing they do every day?
Yeah.
No, we have to do as we say, not as we do, because that's what they do, and that's the only thing they understand. And so, like the thing about comprehending what you read,
Well,
we just had an
actually,
entire generation poisoned by Common Core math.
there was a machine gun that was invented before the Second Amendment was written. I mean, I got it right here on my screen. So, I mean, technically, if you're going to get down to it, they could have foreseen that a machine gun would eventually happen.
So, this is a draft.
But even to go to Tony's point, that the founding fathers couldn't have foreseen healthcare, so they couldn't have foreseen machine guns. The Second Amendment wasn't written about machine guns; it was written about arms in its entirety.
Right. It could be pikes, it could be spears, it could be rocks. Doesn't matter.
Arms is right of people to keep and bear arms. Arms encompasses everything that could be considered arms, firearms, whatever. Nowhere.
And what is life?
Life is, well, that would go back to an abortion issue. Now that should it not be a right?
Well, what was the Supreme Court case where they said all rights aren't limitless? Because I think that's what the left uses to try to get, AR-15s banned. It's like, well, Scalia said the Second Amendment is a right, but it's not an unlimited right. Therefore, it can be regulated.
Oh, I forget what it was. But
I think it might have been Heller.
Well, they're always trying to limit your rights. I mean, that's never going to stop.
Not until the Ponery Amendment is ratified by the country.
Yeah.
Then they can't touch it.
But I just don't see how you could say that you have a right to health care. It would be a far leap.
You have the right to go buy it.
Yeah, that's the right.
Exactly.
The right to purchase healthcare is the right.
It's like you have the right to purchase a firearm if you're a legal citizen. You have the right to choose what grocery store you go to. It's literally, health insurance is like going to buy groceries. You get to pick and choose what you want. That's your right.
But you're not entitled to it.
Exactly. See, that is the separation. As long as you say right without saying entitlement, you separate the two, then it makes sense.
Yeah, because that way, I would be entitled to an M16.
Well, I'll tell you,
logic.
You may or may not agree with me on this, but if they were to say, all right, healthcare is a right, but you aren't entitled to have somebody else pay for it, you have to buy it yourself, I'd be fine with that. I have no problem with that.
I think the big thing with healthcare, and this is just a conspiracy of mine, is the left wants people on government assistance. And most people get their health care through employment. So they don't want people to get employed because when they do, they don't need so much government assistance. Whereas it's like, hey, we can give you health care, but you won't have to go get a job. I think that's their big angle they're trying to push.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what it is.
There's a extremely hollow logic somewhere there, because where the fuck is the money going to come from if nobody's working and paying taxes?
Hello.
Well, that's why it won't work. Eventually it will collapse on itself.
Exactly.
It's like a big Ponzi scheme. It's like Social Security is a Ponzi scheme. Like, I'm paying for, Sean's, and Sean's paying for Tony's.
It's the one legal pyramid scheme
out
there.
And it's like, if I don't work and I can't pay for Sean's, then Sean can't pay for Tony's, then it all collapses. Like,
you motherfuckers are going to pay for me now that I got proved disabled, goddamn.
I'm quitting my job tomorrow, Tony. I'll show you. But it's just, you can't just name everything that you want as, well, that I have a right to it. That's just not how it works.
We have to tread very, very carefully on how we phrase shit in this particular debate. Because you can't say that you don't have the right to health care and win the public's support. Now, you can say you don't have the right to free health care.
Oh my God.
But
I'm sharing a link. It was said that she broke the internet. I think she's breaking zippers everywhere. She's all grown up. Girl of the day right there.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, I saw that.
Oh yeah.
I'm surprised she didn't get more flack over the feminists being man haters.
Don't care.
I mean, she's okay, but not.
Come a long way from that little smirk.
But Tony, it's not a matter of winning public support. Well, that's what it comes down to, unfortunately. But it comes down to reasonable and logical thinking.
That's not an issue that we're ever going to deal with when we're dealing with fucking people in this country, because too many of them don't think logically or reasonably.
No, they depend on the government to do it for them.
Emotionally.
Oh, I totally agree with you. I'm not arguing that point. I'm definitely not arguing that point.
Every fucker we shift to that side by using terminology that's unfavorable is another nail in our coffin of losing our rights. I, for one, believe that you have a right to health care. Think that you have a right to free health care. I'm not one that's really in favor of socialized medicine. But
the only way that would work, where it was free for everybody, is if it was a government job. But
yeah,
it's never going to be, so it never will be.
We already see how it would work if we just look at the VA.
Yeah, that's working out lovely.
Yeah, I had a buddy that, he's a staunch Republican, but when they were debating Obamacare, he was like, I want that shit to pass so people see how terrible it is. Because that's what the VA is now. And he was like, as soon as most people have to go through what I have to go through with the VA, they'll be like, fuck this shit. Let's go back to like private healthcare.
Yep.
Don't forget.
Bleeding hearts everywhere will say, hey, think of all the people that died while this happened, this little social experiment.
Well, don't forget about the fact that my country has like public health care and it's not so good. Like you still need to get doctor money to even to look at you. So it's kind of backfires. You get more money to the doctors because you need to pay
free
every
healthcare works.
consultation.
Free healthcare works in Kuwait. It does. The mean average salary in Kuwait is $360,000. They have free college. They have free healthcare. But think about it. It's a small, tiny little country.
But just look at Canada. I know a few people that have needed major surgeries that they come down from Canada to the United States, have the surgery because it's better for them to have it here. I mean, so
Yeah, I've heard the same thing.
Well, the thing with Kuwait is they have $1 trillion in natural resources under the freaking dirt.
Yeah, by the way, here it's not called free healthcare. You still pay. If you are like an employee at some firm or to the government, you still pay for healthcare, like 40% of your income. So it's not free.
I think we should tell all the, the little crybabies that want free healthcare, be like, well, just join the fucking armed services for 4 years. Then you'll get free healthcare the rest of your life.
Where in life, nothing is free, believe me. Because
I know.
Hospital.
I had a college professor, surprisingly, and he was like, there's no such thing as a free lunch. Somebody's paying for it.
Don't tell that to Bunny. But the socialized medicine crowd, especially the young crowd, doesn't ever get that part, except for the fact that as long as they ain't paying for it, it's all they care about.
Yeah. Sooner
Yeah,
or
but-
later, they'll pay for it.
It's funny, like they want that stuff, yet they're the ones going to college and are probably going to leave college and get a middle class job. And who do you think's going to pay for that shit? The middle class. There's not enough rich people to pay for everyone's health care.
That's why most people, as they get older, tend to go more conservative.
Oh, I've definitely got more conservative the older I got. I used to be, I was a registered Democrat all my life until 4 years ago.
There we go. I broke Gunchannels dating for the day. I think that's a new record. Less than 15 minutes in.
What happened?
I broke Gunchannels dating. Hey, Knives sent me a link yesterday. He was like, "You're gonna find this hilarious." I'm like, "Okay." So I listened to it last night. He titled it "Heavy versus DB." That shit was fucking hilarious.
The caliber debate, the 135,
No.
40 cal.
Yes.
You know, I did additional research, and he is a piece of shit. So I did additional research, and apparently 135 grain was like really popular when they invented it. And then they kind of went away from it, and the FBI started, they started issuing 180 like exclusively or whatever. So
Hey, DB.
no, but basically now when I did look it up, it makes Spirit Gold Dot in anything other than, Spirit Gold Dot isn't. Anyway, it's 165 and 180 is like the main ones. But you'd be struggling to find a 135,
Yeah. Most of the places I looked said it was out of stock or discontinued.
Yeah. And I still don't even understand why the fuck you would carry that shit. Anyway.
That shit was hilarious.
Yeah,
It's like the worst. That's the worst of both worlds. Like, I don't know. I don't get it.
So what was supposed to be the velocity of the 135?
Like,
Oh, well, he was saying it was like
1350.
1400 or something. He said 1400.
No way.
See, I've been joking around with Tony about making a light bullet pet load for 44 Magnum, because this place that I buy my cast bullets from, they make a 130 grain button nose. And I'm like, yeah, I bet if I put a really heavy powder charge behind that, I can get that thing up to like 2,200 feet per second or some crazy shit.
You're going to be able to go more than that. Hell, I can get
Probably
About
wouldn't be the most
1900
accurate, though.
about 1,900 out of a 200 grain without
It's just
really
crazy.
overloading it.
So Sean, did you see that 500 Smith & Wesson Magnum lever action? It's like $4,000.
Yeah, the Bighorn Armory one. I link it like almost every day to people.
Yeah, so I think
need this.
Hickok maybe got his hands on one of them. I don't know if he's got a video up about it or not, though.
I know IV88888888 has one.
Maybe it was him. Maybe that's who I was thinking of.
Actually, his buddy has one, but yeah, it's pretty cool. Yeah, that shit that Knives sent me, man, it was hilarious. Like, my old man got up in the middle of the night and walked over to my room saying, "Are you arguing with somebody?" I'm like, "No, but you have to listen to this shit."
Inbred motherfucker.
It turned into like the Morton Downey Jr. show of the late 80s. I was just waiting for, "You fucking slime ball."
Just waiting for Al Sharpton to get knocked out of his chair.
Shit was awesome.
Yeah. By the way, I post a link in the Gunchannels chat about the 3D printed site that someone asked about it like yesterday or the day before. So you can print all these sites.
Oh, speaking of nothing, can you see the side chat, Sean?
By the way, the Remington Air 1 1911 has a rebate, $100 in rebate.
Those are some nice guns that they're getting.
Post the link in the chat.
Where'd Connery walk off?
And all the deals for today.
That's a lot.
He's working hard.
Hardly working.
Pissed. He said yesterday he was going to get all his work done yesterday and have nothing to do the rest of the week.
Yeah, we'll dock his pay.
Well, I did get my notification from Social Security yesterday that I am officially disabled.
Congratulations.
No shit, it's only taken me 3.5 years.
Damn. It's taken them that long to do Social Security, and you want the government in charge of health care?
Yeah, no shit.
No thank you.
Well, at least you don't live in my country, where disabled people need to get like one time a year to get to our office to see if they are still disabled.
Now, is this?
Now,
Are you permanent disabled status, or are they going to reevaluate?
no, I'm permanently disabled, but I still have to wait on the non-medical determination yet. So I'm not done yet.
It's a mess.
But the lady I talked to yesterday said that the rest of it's nothing. That's the medical determination is by far the hard part. I'm like, no shit. So hopefully I'll have some income here pretty soon. I have no idea how much, but hopefully it's enough to pay a couple of bills and take that burden off the old lady.
Oh, they're doing the White House press briefing really early today.
Well, they got to give the media time to make up some fake news.
Well, I was telling Sean, I don't know if any of you else were in here, the report yesterday, wait a minute. The report yesterday was that a former White House official, a former U.S. official, said that Trump gave Russia highly classified information. The problem comes in with anybody who has any knowledge of what a TSSCI clearance or anything like that does, is the minute you're a former, your clearance is done. You know, you don't keep getting information. So for a former U.S. official to know what Trump said in that meeting, somebody has to be feeding him information. So either it's not true or they're lying. It's one or the other.
Yeah, it's either fake news or it's not.
Yeah,
Well,
by the way, Trump responds to that.
It's either he's lying about it or someone is feeding him information illegally. So it's one or the other. But either way, you know, it's just, it's not right.
What I thought was funny during the Comey hearing he had like 2 weeks ago, that I was listening to a podcast, Ben Shapiro's podcast, and he was like, the real headline from this takeaway should be that Comey felt Trump's Justice Department was so corrupt that he had to usurp Loretta Lynch because he didn't feel like she could do the right thing. I thought that should have been that damn headline.
That wasn't Trump's Justice Department. That was Obama's Justice Department.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I meant to say Obama's if I said Trump's.
You off me there for a minute. I was like, wait a minute.
Yeah, that should have been a real headline.
Yeah, by the way, Trump responded to that and say he has absolute right to share information with Russia about terrorism
he does actually have the right to share information with them, depending what that information is and the reason for it. Because the U.S. and Russia have shared information back and forth on a limited basis. So if Trump gave them information saying, one of their citizens is planning an attack, while that is classified information, it is still completely legal for him to share it with them. And the U.S. and Russia have shared information back and forth for years. So again, it wouldn't make much sense.
As president of the United States, Trump has the ability to determine what's classified or not at his will.
Yeah, that's true.
Yep.
By the way, I posted in chat what Trump actually said.
Yeah, I read it. But that's just what it is. He can determine, all right, yes, this is classified, but I'm going to give it to my Russian counterparts because it involves one of their citizens planning an attack. And he's perfectly within his rights to do that.
And if what he said about it is what I've heard from the right is true, or partly true even, he's shared information that's been on the fucking news for a couple of weeks.
It's just...
And by the way, all the pictures you see about Syria, some of them are fake.
No, I don't doubt it.
Because a lot of was a lot of debate about the chemical attack, and apparently was a hoax.
Speaking of Syria, have you seen a new picture of Assad? He's growing like a Hitler mustache.
Is he really?
Yeah.
I haven't seen that, but I don't doubt it.
Like I put something on Instagram. I was like, is it just me or is Assad like slowly morphing into Hitler?
Well, I think political assassinations are prudent in some cases.
Well, the CIA isn't allowed to do that anymore, right?
Like, as bad as Assad is, I feel like if we did take him out somehow, then Syria would just fall like Iraq has to ISIS or some other terrorist group.
And then we can nuke the hell out of them. I mean, I'm still not seeing
Oh, shit.
I'm
If
still
we
not
did that,
seeing
you would never hear the end of it from the left.
I don't give a shit what the left has to say.
So what Trump needs to do is fire all these Obama holdovers that are still in office and put his damn people in there. It's something like I heard like 90% of his appointments or whatever haven't been filled by his people.
They're just taking their time getting to Congress.
Gunchannels don't work anymore for me.
Even the Russians are saying that he didn't share information with them. So, I mean, I just, at this point.
Yeah, we share no information.
I mean, I don't even trust them, but.
No. I don't really trust any politician anymore.
Or press.
Oh, yeah, definitely the press. I think they've lost all credibility since this election.
Is it an actual news source?
No, the Clinton news network.
Yeah, my internet was fucked up.
It's like for 8 years the press like coddled Obama, and then when thinking Clinton's gonna win, and then when she doesn't win, and they release all these polls saying like, oh yeah, 93% of the American population doesn't believe what you report.
Well, you saw how they flipped that, right? Well, it's not that she was going to win the election. It's that she won the popular vote. That's what we were saying. I'm like, wait a minute. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Since when do we estimate who's going to win the popular vote?
So now it's like, oh, we got to get our credibility back, so we got to report on everything Trump does. Plus, we hate Trump, so.
We estimate the popular vote whenever a Democrat loses.
Yeah, that's when the popular vote becomes important.
It was with Gore, too. Gore or Kerry, one of them.
Oh no, they said the same thing when Al Gore lost it. Well, we were the popular vote. You know, no, that's not how it works.
Yep, that's why they want to get rid of the Electoral College, which is stupid.
Oh yeah,
definitely not. Well, I guess it would be more democratic, but that's not necessarily a good thing. Democracy is essentially a mob rule.
Yeah, we're not a democracy. We're a republic.
Yeah, constitutional republic.
Understand that.
Yeah, my sister had no idea. She was like, well, this is democracy. I was like, no, we live in a constitutional republic. And she was like, no, we don't. My dad, who's an attorney, he was like, yeah, he's right. It's a republic.
How old is your sister that she doesn't know that? I'm not
36.
Oh, Jesus.
She's a diehard lefty, though.
We really need to institute a rule where A, you cannot vote unless you've had a civics class. B, you cannot vote unless you graduate from high school.
Well, see, that's like poll tests, though. They've already ruled that unconstitutional. I kind of agree with it, though. I mean, you should at least know what the three branches of government are responsible for before you can vote.
There ought to be some sort of freaking watermark for people voting.
I just, the Supreme Court just struck down our voter ID law. And,
I saw that.
and people are like rejoicing. And I'm just like, what's wrong with showing an ID when you vote? I showed my ID when I voted. And they're like, oh, you didn't need to do that. And I was like, no, I'm going to because it's the principle of the matter.
Well, here's the thing.
What?
No, go ahead, Tony. Go ahead. I'll state that.
What the fuck is the problem with showing an ID to vote? You have to have a fucking ID to do anything in this country.
Because the problem, and it's completely racist, the Democrats say essentially they word it differently, but when it boils down to it is they say blacks are not capable of getting a state ID, which is totally fucking racist.
Can't get a fucking bank account to get your welfare check without a state ID.
Yeah. I mean, it's like arguing in favor of no voter ID laws. It's almost impossible not to seem racist when you say it.
Well, that's exactly my point. Is this whole idea that, people, it's racist to have somebody have to show an ID to vote, but somehow it's not. It's perfectly fine that you have to show your ID to drive a car. You have to show your ID to purchase a house, a firearm, and all these other things. Where do we draw the line between it's racist and it's not?
I was told in 1977 by a deputy sheriff of the county I live in that is Illinois state law that you must have an ID on you at all times.
I don't know if it's a law here, but I mean, if you get pulled over and you don't have a driver's license on you, even if you have a license, you get a ticket. Not having a license.
That's how it is in most states. I don't know if it's necessarily.
At the time, I wasn't driving. I was a passenger in a vehicle. And I said, and that's exactly what I told him. He asked me for my ID, and I said, I don't have any on me. I'm a freaking not driving. And he said, Illinois law requires you carry an ID on you at all times.
I don't think that's true.
It wouldn't freaking surprise me.
Well, I think if you're driving or something, yes. But if you're just screwing around, if I'm walking down the street, I'm not gonna have an ID. I might not have an ID on me.
What the fuck is that?
They have got the Negro spirituals going on in the background.
Broadcasting from a mosque.
What the hell are they doing in Romania these days? Sacrificing somebody? I heard this shit in Bible Black one time. It's kind of
thought it was maybe an exorcism going on.
Yes, okay.
Yeah, I had that conversation
More
with.
Tuesday.
I had some of that conversation with my coworkers who are, mostly, minorities. Why I thought you should show your ID to vote, and they were just like, "Well, I don't think that's right," and yada yada. I'm just like,
There is no J. There is only Zool.
I'm the gatekeeper.
Jay, you're gonna have to mute yourself, dude. That's getting weird.
Guys, it's cool.
You're triggering and angry.
Hey,
I got it.
this
Yeah.
is.
Someone mute that,
This
please.
is. What the fuck day of the week is this anyway?
Tuesday.
25 millimeter Tuesday.
Oh,
Hell no, it's
you're
big boy
thinking that already? Social Security one day, and he's already thinking that he can't keep track of the days.
I ain't been able to keep track of the days for fucking 4 years. I ain't worked.
No angry. I've seen Helsing. I know what actually has to happen. A really hot British cop who recently gets shot has to get her blood splattered all over a mummified corpse, and then it comes back. There's no chanting.
Oh my gosh.
What the fuck are you talking about?
I'm talking about the story of Helsing. He thought the chanting was them trying to
Sean,
bring back blood.
it's too early for you to be drinking.
Never too early. Oh, speaking of tipping a drink to somebody, I probably communicate with maybe 5 people from my 450 graduating class. This is my 20th anniversary. I got a message yesterday from a guy who said that a kid that I grew up with died. He quote, lost his battle with sobriety, which means he had an addiction he couldn't kick, and he died of an overdose. So while his death sucks, the reason why he died is sort of like play stupid games, win stupid prizes, right?
Right?
So then I asked him, I'm like, is he the first in my graduating class to die? And he was like, actually, he's the 5th one. Damn it, Tino. Muzzle you next.
What? Oh, y'all could hear that shit.
Yeah, I'm going to muzzle your TV next.
No, that wasn't my TV. I was watching that video of that girl that you posted.
Oh, the fappening, yeah.
No, that's good. Now that's logged in on my work computer that I was viewing that. Thank you for that, by the way.
You're very welcome.
They asked me, I'll be like, Sean made me do it.
Yeah, I saw that and I was like, I'm going to have to save that, put it in the archives, and then, check it out in my lab.
Yeah, I guess you could finish in that 30-second clip.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm the same way, Sean, about people I taught in high school. I got my message for my 15th year. And I'm definitely not going to go.
Man,
I haven't taught any of those people in years.
All of y'all are way older than I am.
No, it's like I tell people, I'm like, look, the people that I knew from then, I still talk to since the day we left. And I'm like, if no one's come out looking for you in 20 years, then they're not worth your time.
Yeah, exactly.
I got I'll help y'all. I got the one for my 5-year high school reunion. So, but I'm not going.
It's like the only time I ever talk to any of them is when I post something political and they get triggered and try to debate me on it.
It's like, where were you 20 years ago, fucker?
Yeah.
I talk to some of them all the time. Most of the women, but
I talked to like 3 or 4 people I graduated with, and it's like,
Man, it's Tuesday and my whole week is already over.
you didn't come work for me, Sean.
Hmm?
You're bored.
Yeah, okay.
for some damn reason, I was kind of a chick magnet when I was in high school, and I never did shake that shit.
That's how I felt in college. Like I spent way too much time chasing this one girl when I could have just been laying pipe to all these other chicks.
Goodbye, Gunchannels dating.
Hey, I'm sensitive. I like long walks on the beach and strawberries.
Right. Like you
And I ain't
spent the
afraid
whole
to
time
cry.
chasing a protest chick when you could have been laying down the fucking keystone everywhere else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Fuck that. I like to fucking say goodbye.
Thank you, Tony. There we go.
Yeah, it's the first thing that Tony age 10 or age 20, first thing he would say after sex, take your money and get the fuck out.
What do you mean
I
money?
think-
He just said get out.
Oh, I think if Tony saw women his age, he probably would just say fuck and say goodbye.
See, when you get to my age, it's like there's no games anymore. It's like, are we gonna do this or what?
Yeah.
The Viagra only lasts an hour, okay? What are we gonna do?
Oh man, I got traumatized. One time, me and my dad were at our hunting camp, and like one of those ED commercials came on. He was like, "Man, if I get an erection for 4 hours, I ain't gonna be seeking any medical attention." I was just like, "Damn it, Dad!"
Right? If you have an
Oh,
erection
I
lasting
hear
for more
that.
than 4 hours, ... You probably have a very happy marriage.
Yeah.
Made me forget what I was about to do.
I don't need the little blue pill.
Dude, I am a walking little blue pill. So
So you need the red pill. They should make a Viagra for
I know what
conservatives.
happened.
Just have it as a red pill.
I know exactly what happened. Viagra came out right after I graduated high school. That's right after I started giving blood twice a year. And I think all they did was they extracted my blood and they fucking they found something in it and they're like, we got to replicate this shit. No royalties.
Dude, it's just a nitroglycerin tablet.
Is it really?
No, but it's the same. They
It
do
has
the
the same
same
effect.
thing.
Yeah. Like they use it in South America to treat altitude sickness. It's not cocaine.
Yeah, the low blue pill drives the feminists crazy because they're like, your insurance covers your boner pills. Why can't my insurance cover my birth control? It's like, because one's trying to start a life and one's trying to prevent it.
One.
Yeah.
Well, I kind of don't
Although-
think that your freaking prescription plans should cover Viagra either.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't
would
think
agree.
anyone should be covered.
Yeah, that's how I feel.
It's like,
However, have chest pain, boys. Tell your doctor you need nitro. Then they'll cover that.
This is also true.
Actually-
And it's not a widely known secret that Viagra and nitro have similar effects.
damn, you made me forget what I was going to say.
All this boner pill talk has got Sean all flustered and confused.
I know, right? Man, I'm so confused.
So Tennessee passed a anti-free speech.
Oh, I remember what I was
Bill.
going to say now. See, I had to interrupt somebody to remember what I was going to say.
Nah, go
Actually,
for it.
you know, society would not need Cialis and they wouldn't need little blue pills if people would just stop settling for ugly women when their marriages.
This is true.
I'm telling you, man. You know, I was dating this Italian girl. I never had a problem. It's like she had to freaking shoo me away with a fucking bat half the time. She's like, get off of me.
Yeah, settling is the worst thing you can do.
This is true.
It's like I know a dude who was dating this really, really good looking girl, and then she was unfaithful, right? So then he was looking for a girlfriend for like years, and then he finally was like, look, I'm kind of hairy, I'm kind of overweight. He was like, I'm just gonna practice to my batting average or whatever. So then he found like this chick who was 300 pounds and whatever, and he's been married to her for like 7 or 8 years now.
I'd just rather not ever get married, honestly.
We're a society where, or we're becoming a society where it's almost not going to happen ever again. It's like, it's not about finding the right one now. It's just, when is it your turn with that one? Kind of weird.
I don't know, man. I've been married to the same one for 36 years, and I have
See, you're Old
never had,
Testament.
Yeah,
I
it's
have-
different back then.
never had to use a blue pill. Not ever, not once.
Like one of the old guys I hunt with, he's probably close to 80 now. He was just like, you boys don't know how good y'all got it. We're like, what do you mean? He was like, back when I was your age, if you wanted to fuck a girl, you had to put a ring on it. I was like, this is true.
I don't know, man. I met this Scottish dude up in Alaska, and he was like, back in my day, you had to be able to outdrink the girl you were going to sleep with. Otherwise, she'd still tell you no.
It sounds a little rapey.
Yeah, no kidding. What is that? The Bill Cosby manual? Where did you get that information?
The slow Cosby.
Scottish dating. That's what it is.
Bill McCosby there.
I'll break your woman.
Take your woman and put her in an Argyle sweater and go to town.
Yeah, no kidding.
Oops, woman, I thought you were the sheep.
I can't believe you just said that.
Now Gunchannels dating is definitely dead. Now that
Yeah, you realize there's never any women
bestiality's got it thrown in there.
It's the Real Housewives of ISIS. What do you expect?
Holy shit. Is that on Animal Planet?
No, actually, it's on ETV.
Damn.
All right, he wins. That was the best one.
Thank you, Tony. Do I get a little trophy for participation or something? I mean,
Angry says, Scottish dating equals hit them over the head with a claymore and drag them back to your hut.
Marry the girl who can. What's that event where they basically throw a foam pole?
Oh, I know what you're talking about. It's like a Highland Games or something.
Yeah. Let me see.
I don't know. I don't play that game.
I know exactly what you're talking about, though. They pick up like a fucking tree trunk and they see who can throw it the furthest.
Oh yeah. See, you're supposed to be able to marry a girl who can caber toss better than you can.
Well, I remember when I was like 12 watching Raiders of the Lost Ark with my dad, and the bar scene when like the bourbon keg gets shot and she like goes under there and starts drinking it. My dad was like, "That's the kind of girl you need to marry, son."
Got a point.
Unfortunately, you couldn't afford to keep her. Liquor bill would be astronomical.
When you finish, you can put in the tray. Don't
I'm gonna put them back in the
mess
box.
it. Yeah, that's a great idea. But good to mess, always put on the floor.
Let's not say anything to get Sean in trouble at work. Somebody's working at Chinese restaurant.
Right.
It's a good thing Flippy's not around. Hey, Sean, does that girl have big tits?
As a matter of fact, yes.
Is she single? Does she like guns and pandas?
Oh no.
What are you trying to set Flippy up?
Hey, he is single and ready to mingle.
I would not do that to my worst enemy.
I would do that to a broke dick dog.
Wouldn't touch with someone
Hey, Sean.
else's pole, huh?
Sean, can you see the side chat?
Yeah.
Check out that article from Houston and tell me what the fuck's going on in Texas.
All right.
Angry also says, explosive first season of Real Housewives of ISIS. I was going to say, Tony, my old courthouse in Wilmington, they had a big pegboard behind glass, and it was all these weapons that they had confiscated from people walking in the courtroom. It was like knives, pistols, fucking clubs, anything you can think of. I think they even had a grenade in there.
Jeez, what the hell is going on at your courthouse?
It's a Democratic-run city, so who knows?
Oh, they're probably all illegal weapons.
Yeah. I didn't get my welfare check. I'm gonna blow this fucker up.
How well guarded is it?
It's you walk in and there's clearly a sign that says no weapons beyond this point. You walk in, there's a metal detector, there's usually 2 or 3 deputies. You have to take everything out of your pockets, put in a little basket, you walk through the metal detector, and then they wave you down with one of those wands. But there's usually 3 or 4 deputies and they just sit there all day checking people coming in.
So
That has to be boring as all hell.
break glass in case of emergency is going to be a little problematic. Huh?
Man, I think what's going on in our airports is people fucking go up there and they're like, I don't see a 30-07 sign on that plane. I should carry.
It's like, this is a Beretta. I got a Glock. I'm good to go.
We become so comfortable with carrying, we think we can just do it anywhere
We should be able to.
on the plane.
I have to fucking watch myself because I have trot it into places where I'm not supposed to with the gun because I just don't think about it.
See, they should use like the shake. Well, no, they can't use the shake and bake round. They can use my new Carolina barbecue riot round in a Mossberg Shockwave and give those to TSA agents and freaking air marshals. That way they can shoot people on the plane without worrying about decompression.
You're getting too off left field on this homemade round shit.
Oh no, I like it. We're gonna do it.
I know it. You're showing some signs of mental instability.
Dude, this is how the Ralphus round was invented. This guy was like, hey, I got this bullet, I got a bulletproof, I got a anti-armor piercing bullet, and I've got an incendiary bullet. Let's just put them all in one.
Just put a bullet in there and make it go really, really fucking fast. That's all you need.
You mean like 135 grain 40 cal?
Traveling at 4,600 feet per second, yeah, that would work. Although 40 is not quite big enough, it needs to be a minimum 41.
Are you a 40 guy?
Life begins at 41.
Oh, that'd be a great Gunchannels t-shirt.
And so I only got 8 more years of this bullshit until I start living.
Not 41 years old, it's 41 caliber.
Yeah, we should make a shirt out of that. Put the point in front of it at 0.41, and people will be like, "What's the period for?" Like, if you don't get it, I can't help you. That's gonna trigger Matt, the other Matt, 10mm Matt. Yeah, so we're carrying on planes now. Great.
I think it's worse places.
I know they keep saying that it's taboo and you shouldn't be carrying weapons on planes or whatever, but there's been a way to do that legally since the dawn of flight. And a lot of people don't realize it.
How is that?
Own your own plane.
Yeah. Well, I tried, but couldn't afford it.
There's no TSA. There's no weapons on the fly.
Still got to deal with the FAA.
Yeah, I think it's an FAA
They don't care if you
regulation.
have a gun on your own plane. Like, I'm sure Harrison Ford has a gun on his own plane, like a flare gun, because he knows he's going to crash it. He's going to have to ask for help.
Would you leave Indy alone?
No.
I was gonna say, I don't know if he had a real gun because he's pretty anti-gun.
Is he?
Yeah. Like, I think I saw a quote somewhere that he essentially said, like, I don't know why anyone needs an assault weapon type quote.
Oh, dear God. Fuck it. That stupid bastard don't deserve to be in an airplane.
But he's not like one of those Hollywood liberals. Like, he lives in Jackson's Hole, Wyoming, because he hates dealing with Hollywood and, like, the reporters and shit. So I think he's kind of outdoorsy. He just, I guess, maybe he's just like a big bore lever action guy.
Well, he's a FUD.
Hey, I'll take a FUD over anti-gunner any day. Because at least you can kind of, like, hey, when AR-15s and all that shit's gone and someone walks into school with a pump-action shotgun and kills 12 people, what do you think they're going to go after next? Your hunting shotgun.
Time for my daily FUD. Listen, you stupid bastards. They're all fucking guns. They want to take one. They want to take them all. Get on board. Jesus Christ.
Yep, that's how I feel.
Andy Griffith would have had an AR in his cruiser if he could.
Fuck yeah. I need to lock Barney in the jail. Now, Barn, you can't have more than one bullet. Aunt B's going to kick your ass.
See, I heard Andy Griffith was like a dick in real life. Like, he wasn't that nice in person.
Matlock? No way.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's like people, because he had a home in Wilmington, and people would be like, "Yeah, he's not nearly as nice as he is on his television shows." And one time he
Well, no.
supposedly
Think about it, man. If you got people pawing at you every fucking second of the day you're out in public, how long do you stay nice? I mean, seriously.
That's the job you chose.
I know it is, but still.
I guess it's twofold. I guess, yeah, that's the profession you chose, but also people should have some fucking restraint and not harass people. Like, just be like, "Oh, hey, how's it going? I really enjoy your movies," and that should be the extent of it. You shouldn't be like, "Oh, can I get your autograph? Can I get your picture? Oh, hey, can you call my mama? Leave her a voicemail. She loves you."
I'll tell you something that I don't really tell very often, but back in the early 90s, I got an invite to sit in for a national touring rock band just because I knew somebody who knew somebody. And I declined it because I didn't want to be a part of that shit. I have no desire to be famous.
So that kid that collapsed from caffeine or whatever, coroner's report says that it was indeed a caffeine overdose that killed him.
Uh-oh. Starbucks better be on high alert.
No, I don't believe that for a minute, because it all has to come back to the heart. Everybody's heart is different, and some hearts can take more than others. There's no way someone can go and do cocaine, let's say, and survive, and someone drinks a little bit of caffeine like he did and dies. There's too much space. It's a I don't want to use the word spectrum because that gets thrown around way too much now.
Variables.
Yeah, there's too many variables. So my guess is he had a weaker heart than other people and ingested too much caffeine. And there's no way, after you're dead, there's really no way to test how strong your heart is. And that's what killed him.
Shut up, goddammit. I'm trying to say something while I interrupt you.
Well, too damn bad.
Can you repeat what you said? It cut out on me, Ponnery.
The kid that collapsed in South Carolina, the coroner's report says that he did actually have a caffeine overdose.
People can fucking die drinking water.
See, that's just the cover story. The real story is he figured out Night Strike's full name, and Night Strike took him out.
Yeah, they said he had heart problems. So,
well, that would be it. If you have a heart problem and then you go drink a bunch of caffeine, that would do it.
That's what gets you.
But a regular heart,
not necessarily.
I had a neighbor and one of their friends who, from all outlooks, was completely healthy. He just dropped dead one day, and I think he was like 52. And they did an autopsy, and he had some kind of heart problem that just went undetected his entire life.
Yep, it happens.
I have extremely serious heart problems. I still drink a shitload of caffeine.
Well, that's exactly my point, is that it all depends on your heart and how much it can take and, things like that. There's all kinds of variables.
Acclimation, man.
Caffeine in and of itself is not just going to kill a regular, strong, healthy person. Unless, you shoot it up right to your vein and you take like a shit ton of it.
And back in the days of working night shift and working a long week, long hours, I was freaking pounding caffeine any way I could get it.
What are you doing?
Fell down the stairs.
No, I'm moving around.
It's probably why I'm dancing with death right now. But, it's like you say, most of this shit can kill you if you're not acclimated to it or you do way too much. You could kill yourself with a pack of cigarettes done right.
This is true.
Oh, you guys are gonna love this. I'll put it in the internal.
Oh. Is it more of your tapping porn?
No.
Video? I'm always scared to click links that you post.
Oh, by the way, Midway has a deal, $95 off of ammo can of Lake City ammo. SS-109.
SIG is doing a promotion now that you can get 1,000 rounds a month for a year if you win whatever raffle thing they're doing.
It won't open, so fuck it.
Talking about John legal and Juan illegal.
Yeah. It gets pretty serious about 3/4 of the way down. You're like, holy shit. Anyway. Yeah, that's going on. Tuesday and the week is over. Should be happy, but I've got nothing to do. Bit annoying, man.
Yep, that makes perfect sense. That's so easy. Even the Democrats can follow.
God damn it.
It's like, damn, y'all must be able to read quicker than me because I just got to the children part.
Oh, I skimmed it because I kind of had an idea where it was going.
I'm still waiting on some bitch to open, so.
It's not, it doesn't have videos or anything. It's just a line drawing, pretty much. All right, so yep. So we've determined girl of the day, Michaela Maroney. Car of the day. That was yesterday's car of the day, so I guess it doesn't count.
Ford GT.
You like it? The new one?
I don't like the V6 aspect, but it still goes over 200, so it'll do.
Yeah, that about sums it up with illegal immigration.
Pretty easy to follow.
Oh yeah. It's like it reads off like a flow chart.
Well, illegal immigration isn't that hard to follow. I mean, you know, there's a process for coming into this country legally, and if you don't do that, you're illegal. Get the fuck out.
I thought you were leading up to a pun when you said illegal immigration is not hard to follow. Just check the footprints at the border.
No.
Well, it all comes down to who the illegal immigrants are voting for. If for a minute,
Democrat.
well, exactly. If for a minute,
ones that,
any Democrat thought that the illegals were voting for the Republicans or the conservative agenda, there'd be a wall, there'd be more border patrol, there would be no, this would not be a question of, oh, it's racist, it's this and the other.
Morning.
they're voting for the ones that take resources intended for citizens of this country and shower on their brand new minted voters.
All right. Poor Jimmy can't show up to do ask gun questions. He's definitely back on the day shift.
I kind of expected Jimmy to come in here today because he asked me if I was going to be here or not. Like, yeah, I got no other kind of life.
Yeah, a friend of mine sent me a picture yesterday of a $20,000 bottle of scotch because he knows I like drinking, obviously. And I looked at it, and it was a very special bottle of the Macallan. It was bottled in 19. Hang on, I gotta remember the math here. I think it was bottled in 1973. And it said age 13 years. So I'm like, wait a minute. So you're telling me that it sat in a barrel until 1986. They put it in that crystal decanter, and then the crystal decanter was put back into a commemorative box made out of the barrel that it was aged in since 1986. And that all of a sudden makes it $20,000. I'm like, I've got a bottle of Excelsior that's 84 years old. And it was in a barrel the entire time until they took it out to bottle it in, I think, 2009 or 2010. And that was only $7,500, and it was way better. $20,000. It looked good though. I'd try it.
I can tell you within 20 miles of me where there's about, I don't know, a couple hundred barrels of wine that's been aging since the 70s.
Oh?
I know it was there in 81 when I worked there. And
are you suggesting we pull the American job instead of the Italian job? We'll do the American job.
I don't know. There's a freaking wine rack of, or a barrel rack of wine barrels in this freaking building at the old distillery that was just left there by the company who initially made them, and it's been sold a dozen times since then, and nobody's touched them.
I think we should do the American job.
Now they may have
a bunch of
cleaned out.
highly modified G-Web.
I haven't been in there for 20 years, so it may be gone by now, but if it's still sitting there, it's well-aged wine.
Well, I guess I should share that legal thing for the rest of that. There you go. Just a little light reading to get your blood pressure up. Remind you about the important things in life. I wonder if anyone ever running for public office mentioned the fact that Social Security is the only legal pyramid scheme we accept in the country. Like, if that would trigger anybody.
I didn't catch that. What did you say?
I wonder if any politician running for office ever called out Social Security as a legal pyramid scheme, the only one in the nation.
I know that's been spoken of several times.
Yeah. Call it what it is, right? Been DNSA.
So my friend just shared a post on Facebook, and it was like, what happens when you get bit by a snake and you don't have insurance? And their bill was like $153,000.
Yep,
and
1,000 of it was pharmacy.
Yeah, and I was like, I'm pretty sure ER visits are covered no matter if you can pay for it or not. So clearly they just made the wrong decision. That's how illegal.
It was like $5,000 of that whole bill, which is crazy.
Yeah. That's how illegals get free medical care.
Yep.
By rattlesnakes?
No, they just go to the ER.
No, I know.
They have to. Well, they probably do get bit by rattlesnakes, but they just walk it off.
Yeah, they go to the ER for a cold.
I'm not sure if this is fake news or not, but it showed up on my Instagram. It said a DC staffer Seth Rich shot in the back and killed in DC, but not robbed of anything. Transferred 44,053 DNC emails to WikiLeaks, says multiple sources.
Oh yeah, I got that this morning in
Yeah.
my feed too.
Oh, I don't doubt it at all. I totally believe that.
No, it was an accidental suicide. Made it look like a robbery.
An accidental suicide? How do you accidentally commit suicide?
Ask
I don't know,
James Comey in about 3 weeks.
Yeah, that's Hillary Clinton. She's done it a couple times.
Yeah, she's done it, what, 54 times? Including a Supreme Court justice.
Yeah.
They're just getting bold, man. Boy, who's she going to do next?
Well, I hope that story's true because since that happened, it's like, oh, the Russians were in collusion. It's like, no, apparently one of your own staffers had a fucking conscience.
You got to do that in the voice of Jesse the Body Ventura. You were halfway there.
I try not to, but that's just like my conspiracy voice. It's always a default
Alex
of
Jones.
Alex Jones and Ventura.
We're going to have to do a segment called like Conspiracy Corner where you just do everything in the voice of Jesse Ventura.
That'd actually be probably pretty funny.
That would be fun to do.
Now you're here with Cooking with Vladimir. I'm going to show you how to cook the book so you're accused of Russian hacking later. It'll be fucking wonderful.
Just be like, reports show this Night Strike guy spells his name with a Y. He's in cahoots with George Soros is the big globalist.
Oh my god.
Yeah, speaking of him, I saw something this morning saying like they're gonna assassinate Trump by saying that he's got like Alzheimer's or something to get him out of office. And that's how they're gonna like overthrow Trump.
They can try. My dad says that I do my Russian accent entirely too well. I asked him, why does he know that? And he goes, because my father-in-law from my first marriage is Russian. I'm like, so you're the one that's accused of Russian hacking. It all makes sense now.
So what's the deal with Kobe? Is he gonna testify to anything, or
he refused?
Yeah, he was asked to, but then like while he was being asked if he would show up, he got a text on his phone. And it was like a picture of Hillary with a skull and crossbones, and he goes, "I can't come." He's like, "I have to decline."
yeah, I love how the Democrats just lost their shit when he got fired. It's like, we wanted to fire him. You beat us to it.
Maxine Waters' interview was the greatest thing ever.
Oh, she's
like, you said
fucking crazy.
Nuts.
You said he was untrustworthy and unfit for the job, and yet you're all upset that Trump fired him. And she was like, well, he was under investigation for something that involves him. And he was like, wait, but you just said he's unqualified for the job. So you want an unqualified person to be the person to go after the president of the United States? She's like, it doesn't matter. And he says, wait a minute. He says, what about when Bill Clinton fired Sessions from the FBI during his Whitewater investigation? She was like, this is different.
Did I tell you all about the Facebook spat I got with some chick from Texas over Maxine Waters?
No.
Oh, this is when I stopped actually using logic and just started using liberal logic when arguing with people. I think it came off pretty well. Anyway, someone posted that something about Maxine Waters, and I was like, Isn't this the same lady that said the LA riots were like an uprising and all this shit?
Yep.
So some lady, she responded, she was like, you should probably go take that privilege of yours and find a bag of dicks and eat them. So I responded, I was like, wow, check my privilege. Haven't heard that one before. I'm totally going to change my life now. And bag of dicks sounds kind of homophobic to me. But wait, I forgot I was talking to the tolerant left. And she just, and then some guy got on there and he was like, yeah, the hypocrites just amaze me. So then she was like, maybe you should do a buy one, get one free bag of dicks and have yourself a buffet. Tom, the Visa, Matthew Davidson Gaylor. And I was like, if the best you got is a bag of dicks, you need some new material. So
He must have been from Austin.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
So then some other guy was like, wow, more white racists commenting on this than there are at the KKK rally. Then I was like, oh, no, not the white racists. That will surely put me in my place now. And did you just assume my race? How intolerant of you. And it's like, my profile picture is, you know, I'm a white guy. So like 3 weeks pass. And then she comments again. She's like, you're an idiot with no life, ... Seriously. So I was like, it's been 20 days and you're still obsessed with this post. Sounds like you're the one with no life.
No kidding.
And that ended that conversation.
Took her 3 weeks of insult research to come up with that.
Yeah, right?
Given the chick attitude, sounds like she's the one that really needed the bag full of dicks.
Yeah. And see, I learned from my conversation like a month before that when I was getting it with this Antifa person on like how bad socialism was. And they just don't respond to facts. So you got to use their, you know, their strategy of like just you're a racist, bigot, homophobe, yada, yada, and just kind of use that reverse psychology on them because they really can't say anything because that's their argument. But it's fun to troll the left.
Are you a liberphobe?
No, I just hate stupid people. Not even stupid, just people that don't like use logic, and that includes smart people. But yeah, Maxine Waters, like I'm pretty sure she was under investigation because she was trying to get a deal with some bank that her husband works at. So it's like she's.
Oh, I put that meme up a couple of weeks ago. Like everybody in the DNC essentially are either married to a media, you know, bigwig, or you know.
Yep.
It is what it is.
And like I'm pretty sure Maxine Waters was the same one that was like talking, I guess, after the BP disaster. She essentially was like, I think the government should take over all y'all's jobs and make it a government entity. It's like, oh, so you mean like socialism?
It works so well in Venezuela.
Zing. Fuck it. Let's try the purge.
Yeah.
Let's just try it. Let's do like a 4 or 5 year trial period of purge. Globally. Yeah, that last movie, what, Election Year or whatever, it was supposed to be the last one they were going to do, but I think it did so well that they're going to make another one now. It's like you do a movie with only like $1 million or a $2 million budget, ends up making like $60 million. Yeah, that's a commercial success.
Oh, goody. Elizabeth Warren is talking and it's all over. That's what I want to hear.
There ought to be a bounty on them.
Ooh. The next Purge movie is going to be released on Independence Day 2018.
Huh.
Yes.
I didn't see the last one. I saw the first two though.
The third one was not bad. The fourth one's going to be a prequel. That it's the sequel to the third one, but it's still a prequel to the first actual Purge, which I think is kind of cool. I like these because they're low budget, they're high return, and it I don't know, it kind of makes you think. You're like, I wonder if that would really work.
I worked with a girl. She was like, "Yeah, we should have a purge at least once a year," and I was like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
And it's full of gun porn too.
Yeah.
That franchise, so it's like win-win-win.
I was like, if you really think this country have a purge, do you think people would just stop after 12 hours? No, they would keep going.
Well, yeah, but actually, I think they're going to have to cover that in the sequel, in the fourth movie, because they're going to lead up to the first Purge. I think they're going to show what the penalty is for going past the time limit. That would be awesome.
Hmm.
I'm down. I'm armed. We're good. Gunchannels Island. Of course, you're going to find that rich asshole who's got a freaking ICBM to make my island useless, but I think the funniest thing I saw in the last couple of weeks was a dude on Facebook. He had a Fallout avatar. I think it was a T-60 armor, like the typical splash screen in Fallout.
Yeah.
And he tweeted to the Chinese embassy, Chinese global embassy. And he was like, "Hey, can you guys bump up the timetable for the Anchorage invasion?" He was like, "America needs a hard reboot."
Yeah. We need to annex Bob.
The Purge milk stout. Oh, that's bad. Yeah, so the fourth one's going to go to the events leading up to the first one. So hopefully it actually involves the first one also. Otherwise, they'll have just an excuse to make a fifth movie, which that, I guess wouldn't be so bad either. They can bring back Ethan Hawke, like the beginning of how he started his company from the first movie. Kind of bring it all together.
So he died in the first one, right?
Oh yeah, he went out like a champ though.
Death is
Wasn't
not
his
the end
daughter
of
kind of hot in
Hollywood.
that movie?
I can't remember. It's been so long since I saw it.
Now I have to look. I know Cersei was the first one in 80. Yeah, she was okay. Adelaide Kane, she's all right.
Oh, guys, I'll be back in a little while. I'm going to go fix me something to eat.
Lunch channel.
Exactly.
Hit that hour.
Matter of fact,
Pull
have
it
to-
up to see what happened today. The Academy Awards is the Oscars, right?
Yeah.
So the first Academy Awards were today. It's probably for all silent films because it was 1929. Barbara Walters resigns from 2020, I think it was. Oh no, 2014. She probably left The View by then.
Oh, you. Yeah, shit. I heard a joke and it was like, have you heard the Cartoon Network's going to bring back Angry Beavers, except this time they're going to call it The View?
Oh. I gotta read up on this first. The Sedition Act was passed today.
Alien Sedition Act? When was that? Like 1802, 1803? Oh, that one. Maybe I'm thinking of something else.
Forbade the use of disloyal, profane, scurrilous, or abusive language. Dude, we should charge like all of Antifa with crimes of sedition. We should like DNC.
That'd be nice.
And then when they say that we're picking on them, we'll be like, hey, it was a president of your party who created it in the first place, dipshit.
Yeah, it was a progressive president, Wilson.
Yeah.
I'm kind of surprised Antifa hasn't been labeled a terrorist group yet. Like, when they're throwing bricks and explosives at people that are trying to peacefully assemble, that's like the definition of terrorism.
Yeah, but that's when you get white supremacist group Marines punching him in their face.
Hey, I just think he was defending himself.
I think so too. She was holding the bottle.
She had weighted gloves on. Like, she was clearly going there to, like, beat people or try to beat people.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, she had her battle garb on for sure.
Moldy locks.
Her fucking porn. That's gross.
Oh, gross. Like, someone had a picture of her from like 3 years ago when she was normal looking.
Back then.
Yeah, she was like super fine.
Mm-hmm.
And then like some college professor warped her mind.
Her brain. It was the only time she was raped that she accepted it as okay. Because he really reached out to me and touched me. Yeah, your brain? Yeah. Have you seen him since? No. But the message is still there.
Yeah, I was listening to a podcast and the guy was talking about how he just thinks it's a shame that like college professors who are like super left leaning, like if you're a conservative in that class, you really can't say anything because they're in charge of your grade. And
I got a professor fired for that. Like on the very first day of class, we sat down, he handed us the syllabuses, and he goes, if you think you're getting a free ride or a handout, he was like, it ain't gonna happen. I'm like, okay, cool. And he started laying out these demands of what he expected from everybody on day one, and he was trying to teach a lesson on day one.
Mm-hmm.
So I recorded the whole thing, and then I played it back to the admissions board of my college, and they fired his ass within 2 days.
Damn. Guess he wasn't tenure.
Nope. He was like, I didn't get no breaks, and neither are you. I'm like, whoa.
That kind of sounds like one of my professors.
Probably the leader of Antifa right now.
But yeah, I had a college professor, and we got off subject, and he was like, we started talking about like supermarkets, and someone mentioned Harris Teeter, and he was like, yeah, I don't shop there. And someone was like, why? And he was like, because they let people open carry assault weapons in there. And I wanted to say something, so because it was when that protest in Texas was going on, because they were trying to get open carry reversed.
Yeah.
And I kind of wanted to be like, those people are just doing that as a political protest. But I don't want to say anything because I don't want to fucking get a bad grade in the class. And I kind of want to be like, and technically they're not assault weapons. Those have been heavily regulated since 1934, especially after 1986. But I'd rather pass the class and try to make a political point that maybe one other person in my class was like pretty pro-gun. Everyone else would have just thought I was crazy. Then the same guy, one of my buds, I graduated before him. Him and one of the grad students got into it because the grad student was like 100% for Bernie Sanders. He was like, I think we should have free college. And he was like, well, who's going to pay for it? And he couldn't answer it. He was like, are you going to pay for it? He was like, well, I'll pay for it after I get out of school. I was like, so you're going to have all this school debt, and the first thing you're going to want to do is
Refi.
to pay more taxes so someone else can go to school for free when you had to pay for it. It's like, hell no.
Okay, so that sort of makes sense. California actually did put up a bill to make traffic fines proportionate to your yearly income. That makes sense, right? Like if you're a poor dude and you're doing 5 miles over, you shouldn't.
Yeah, it makes sense.
That for once they came up with something sensible.
Well, that's why there should just be a flat tax. It's like, hey, if you make $100,000, you pay $10,000 in taxes. If you make $1 million, you pay $100,000 in taxes.
I got a better one than that. I figured out how to solve getting rid of the IRS and making more money hand over fist for the government than anything else because it's unavoidable. It would be completely unavoidable. You get rid of income tax completely. You get rid of the IRS completely.
I'm in favor of that.
And what you do is you charge a 2% national sales tax on everything. Just 2%. That way, nobody can avoid it. There's no way to write it off. There's no loopholes. It's just if you buy a bottle of milk and you pay $1, you're going to pay 2 cents tax on it. That's it. Because everybody has to pay into it because nobody can avoid it, you make way more money.
Yeah, it makes sense, but they don't like stuff that makes sense.
Right.
I've always been in favor of that. It's like, let's just get rid of the IRS and you add like a 10% national tax on top of your sales tax. Because here, if it was 10%, I think we pay a 7% sales tax. So it's like 17% of my dollars going toward taxes. I can live with that, And it's like you said, like nobody can avoid it. Even people getting paid under the table, if they use that money, they're going to pay a tax.
Right, and it's proportionate to your income because rich people buy expensive things, right?
Yeah.
So they're still paying 2% on $100,000 instead of $10,000.
Yeah.
It works. Did you get that story this morning? It's a joke. It's a gag story, but FBI uncovers evidence that led to Comey's firing that 62 million Trump voters were all Russian agents.
No, I didn't see that.
First response from my lieutenant governor, no less, was, what about the 66 million who voted Democrat? Aren't they communists and illegals too?
Yeah. Well, my favorite was during Cinco de Mayo, someone was like, I think it was one of those Occupy Democrat posts. And it was like, all you Trump supporters, I better not see you celebrating Cinco de Mayo. And someone responded, like, all you Hillary supporters, I better not see you celebrating the 4th of July.
Yep.
It's like, yep, that's how it should be.
Oh my god. I'm just going to show you the picture of this because I can't explain it. You know what Four Loko is, right?
Yeah, they're making a liquor. Is that the picture you're talking about?
There you go, right there.
Cocoa?
A delicious breakfast treat with caffeine or with Xanax marshmallows. Slow your roll, start your day off right.
Yeah, I remember those got banned for a little while.
That's because people were shotgunning them, not realizing they were 12 and 14%.
Yeah, well, people aren't the smartest when they get to college, even after college. It's like, was it 25 until your brain fully forms or whatever?
Isn't that messed up? It's like your brain doesn't fully form until you're in your early 20s, right? But then there's a study that says every year after the age of 35, you lose 50% of your neural capacity.
That sucks.
So your peak, like they say, your best years of your life are your 20s. It's because that's when your brain is intact.
See, I always heard the best years of your life are your 30s, which I can't really agree with that at my state of the point right now.
Mine aren't exactly great, but I'm almost out of them too. So you definitely get your financial priorities figured out in your 30s, though, and I guess that makes things a little less stressful.
It's funny, it's like when you're 25, your brain fully forms, and I feel like that's the age I started going more conservative.
Yeah. And I told you, I was like, there's a thing where I fight with all the time. He was a ultra conservative until the day he retired, then he became lunatic. And I'm like, yeah, he was 65. Look how much brain matter he lost.
Shit, yeah. I had a couple friends like in college that they hardcore conservative. Like this one girl in particular, she was like, Bush is the greatest president ever, yada yada yada. And like I look on their Facebook now, she's like super liberal, like sucking Obama's dick liberal. I was like, what the hell happened to you? I was like, oh yeah, you went to Carolina. That's what happened to you. One of the most liberal schools in our state. Like, I don't know if y'all know who Jesse Helms was? Yeah, he did a press conference one time on live television, and someone asked him about like funding for a zoo, like whether the state should pay for funding for the zoo. His response was, go build a wall around Chapel Hill. There's your zoo for you.
That's hilarious.
I was like, yes, that's spot on.
He didn't die mysteriously either. He just died of old age.
Yeah.
Yeah, my uncle, who's autistic, he's got like an autographed picture of Jesse Helms. I don't know how he got it, but I know it must hurt my mom to no end because she's hated Jesse Helms. She's like, I really want to throw this thing away, but it would probably like crush him. He's got it like displayed on his nightstand very proudly.
Why fact when you can overreact?
Exactly.
It's like the SJW motto.
Osama bin Laden's son vows revenge on the West for killing his father. Hey man, I'm still saying,
lovely.
I'm one of those guys that say Pixar, it didn't happen.
I thought we killed his son, or a couple of them.
Well, the dude fucking
I know he had like 8 wives.
Yeah. We say goodbye to Osama bin Laden. He lived the thug life to its fullest with his 8 wives, his 22 children. For the homie.
Thug life for sure.
Today we pour one for our homie. Is that racist or?
Nah,
I don't think that's racist.
He's a terrible guy, so he deserves to have
You have
all
to
the shit
remember,
talked about him.
imitation is the finest form of flattery, right?
Right?
If I do an impression, it can't be racist because I'm just flattering.
They're just words, and words can't hurt. Unless you're a liberal.
Words kill. Google redefines fascism to protect leftists and smear conservatives.
Wow. How do you redefine a word? I mean, the definition is pretty much set, isn't it?
Hey, I mean, come on. You can rewrite the Old Testament to fit your narrative. I mean,
Yeah. Jesus rode on dinosaurs. Deal with it.
Yes.
I saw a good Prager. I don't know if y'all follow Prager University on Facebook or YouTube. But they had a really good video on like why people don't hate communism as much as Nazism. And essentially is they were like, oh, the left's, kind of taught out the evil aspects of communism. And since the communists killed their own people, it's not as bad as like one group killing a ethnic different group.
But isn't communism and Nazism basically the same thing?
I
mean, at its
when it
core,
comes to killing people, yeah, I guess.
I mean, at its core, the way I look at socialism, communism, Nazism, all these isms, I guess you could say, is essentially it's all the same principles. You kill the people who don't agree with you, you control everything, and you indoctrinate the people. Those are the three biggest principles of the whole thing. And somehow people think it's going to work when you can rename it whatever you want, but it's never going to work. And it's the same three principles.
Yeah, I definitely agree with you on that. I think Nazism, I'm not totally sure, but I think they still allowed private businesses, whereas socialism is government-run businesses. But I'm not totally sure about that.
Well, yeah, it's private business, but
Nazism was
75.
National Socialism. In theory, it's supposed to work. Unfortunately, it's also the most corruptible system out there.
Well, I mean, in theory, a lot of things should happen. A lot of things should work.
Right.
But
I mean, that's what their argument was. Is it was National Socialism because you have to remember, it didn't start during World War II. It started way before World War II. It started in like the 20s. It was a reaction to, the Treaty of Versailles and all the like smackdown that were put on the German people, and they were like, don't be ashamed of who you are because of the wars your fathers fought, pretty much. And they were like, you should be proud to be, who you are, and you should, build up the nation and bring it back to some form of respectable glory. But unfortunately, it was run. Not only was it easily corruptible, but it was being run by a guy who's slowly losing his sense of reality because he had Parkinson's disease, and then he kept getting all these people in his ear saying, "It's the Jews. You must kill the Jews. You must purify the race." All this other shit, and he bought into it because he's not all there.
Yep.
Like, I'm not trying to justify what this particular guy did. I'm just saying that the system was founded on a good idea that went completely off the rail.
Oh, I don't think National Socialism is a good idea.
No, because it's just too easily corruptible. You give the guy power to have it, to do something with it, and then they never want to give it up. Now, if there was a system in place where, like, we put in term limitations, and unfortunately the flaw of term limitations is you force a guy who might be doing a good job out, and you might have a guy who goes in there that said all the right things at the time and fucks it all up. You know, as long as you're qualified, you can have the job. But, you know, if there's like a presidential review or a judicial review, there should be a leadership review. So, like, if you're not doing your job, then you're out. Then we'll vote for somebody else. But then again, you could be corrupt. So it's like that. You can't do that either because it's so easily corruptible.
Well, that's why socialism never works, is because.
Right. Like the theory works, the practice never works. Are you like tuning a carburetor or something?
No, they're working in the office next door to me. They're remodeling.
You could have told me, you're like, yeah, I'm just, you know, messing with the fuel mapping on my 810-inch big block.
Yeah, I could have.
And my drag boat. Because America.
They shouldn't be messing with the big tools for too long because they're supposed. What I was told is, and this is what I was told, probably so I wouldn't cause trouble and I'd shut up, is any of the machinery work, like what's going on now, would be done after hours.
Yeah.
But apparently I was lied to. I don't know what they're doing.
It sounds like they're removing
Got the motor.
bolts off something.
He's got the motor on a dyno.
Or they're screwing in something.
I have no idea. I should go look. But...
Actually, it sounds like the whole crew had a fucking buffet of Taco Bell scorpions next to the bathroom.
God.
It's like Blazing Saddles, campfire scene.
They're strapping down to the toilet.
Look what you did. You're gonna clean this up. Damn.
I think they're done. I think. It's not.
I swear, every time it kicks in, it sounds like you're doing a dyno pull to see how much horsepower you can create.
It sounds like some of the guys when they go to sleep in my hunt camp, they're snoring.
Expired credit cards leave Houstonians with expensive toll payments. Don't forget to keep your shit updated.
Yeah, kidding.
Oh shit!
What?
President Trump hosts Turkish president at the White House.
Yeah, they're both talking right now.
Arms deal with Kanik.
I doubt it. I strongly doubt that.
No, dude, it's gonna be like, yeah, so, you know, Sig, you had your chance, but you're not making these fast enough, so we're gonna go to the Kanik TP9. It's gonna be huge.
Oh, Yankee's gonna be upset.
Oh, I heard about this. Some fucking crazy drugged out woman yesterday was walking into oncoming traffic on the freeway while she was talking on her phone. Like she was walking down the stripe. I can't wait to see this shit. Checking the news of the day. Waiting for my computer to stop having autism.
So Trump's having the president of Turkey that essentially wrote in himself as with dictatorial powers, and then Trump calls to congratulate him on essentially becoming a dictator.
Yeah, you know. What?
Congratulations on using the nuclear option. I wonder where you get that idea from. You're going to come to the White House and you can have some ice cream, but you only get one scoop.
Oh my God, I'm still posting memes about that shit.
The best one was a picture of fucking Joe Biden holding like a 7-scoop cone, and Obama's only got 1 scoop. And like, who's really the president?
Yeah,
here?
I saw that one yesterday.
I saw that one earlier today.
Like Biden loves his fucking ice cream. Damn, this chick was hot.
Who?
The girl that was walking down the freeway. Fuck, what the fuck?
Post a link. I don't keep track of everybody who walks down the freeway.
I want to see what the hell this was about.
I'm getting ready to go over there and raise hell about them making noise.
See, if Bob was in here, the rhythm of it probably would put him to sleep.
I don't think drugs or alcohol was involved. She was just walking, and then she turns around, she looks at traffic, and she just keeps going. It's unclear why she was walking down the congested highway, because it was the most direct route to where she was going.
It was a failed.
This looked like
Why
a
did the
dude.
chick cross the road?
It was a failed Antifa like flash mob, and she's the only one that showed up.
Tank top, combat boots, and cut off jeans. Welcome to Texas.
She looked like a dude.
Oh, come on. That is so not fucking Amy Schumer.
No, that's not Amy Schumer, but it's like a dude.
This is Miss Piggy. Hello. Kermit the Frog here. My girlfriend. This is Miss Piggy. You know her as Amy Schumer. I can get away with that because everyone left the shop just now.
I joked around that that unicorn frappuccino, or they had another one that came out right afterwards, and it was pink and green. I was like, this literally looks like what's left on the sheets after Kermit and Miss Piggy go at it.
Oh my god.
She does look a bit like a potato, yes.
She's ugly as
The
hell.
shape of her head.
Who, Amy
Like, when
Schumer or this freeway chick?
Amy Schumer. When I first saw her in stand-up comedy, like when she was an amateur, she was kind of good looking back then, before she went all political and shit. But then she found food.
I watched her leather special because my roommate wanted to watch it, and it was not funny at all, at least for me. But she thought it was...
Her leather special?
That's what it's called.
Sounds like a porno.
It's like her stand-up, and she's in black leather.
No, I'm not even.
Yeah, well, don't watch it because it's terrible. But I guess if you're a female, it's funny because it's like a lot of like sex-related stuff involving like female body parts and shit. But I was just like, this is not funny at all.
I'm very particular with what comedy I like.
Yeah, and then she goes on this like 10-minute tirade about gun control in the middle of her fucking spiel.
She's related to Chuck Schumer.
Yeah, she's like her third cousin or something. And then even in her statement, she was like, I don't really know much about gun violence and gun control, but we need better gun control. It's like you just said you don't know anything about the subject, but yet you're already passing judgment on it.
You should just tell people that you are at like the O'Reilly Winter Nationals or something. Seriously. That's a much cooler story. I'm here live on pit row.
You just want more views on your video.
Yeah, it's like a NASCAR training center. They're changing out the tires.
Turn.
Angry says that's probably how, imagine that's the noisy is how Bob snores.
How loud is it for you all? Like, is it really that loud?
It really sounds like you're dealing with a crew that had like a shit ton of Taco Bell squirty in the bathroom.
It's more
really though. It does sound like you're on pit row. It's kind of cool.
It's more humorous than it is annoying.
Yeah. I'm here at the pit row of NASCAR, where we're making left turns. They're doing dyno testing right now. This interview is sponsored by Kraft Macaroni and Cheese, the official food of NASCAR. Goodyear Tires, the official left turn. Yeah, the official sponsor of left turns. Sorry, I always have fun with NASCAR because I'm like one of those fucking touring car fans. I like left turns, right turns, elevation changes. You know, real driving.
NASCAR, non-athletic sport centered around rednecks.
No, I mean, I get what it is. Like, it was guys that were, it originated from people that were
running
trying to
moonshine.
outdrive each other with cars, built for moonshine. And so I'm like, okay, it's got some history and tradition, but you know, who's to say now you can't actually set up the tracks like you do touring cars, where it would be like police chases, you know?
Yeah.
If you really want to do it true to you know, its original roots, you do it where some of the road is paved and some of it has dirt. Some of it's narrow. Some of it has rally car, basically.
Yeah, it's like Daytona 500 used to be ran on Daytona Beach. Way back when. I used to watch it every now and then, but then they started like changing all the rules and shit, and it just wasn't as fun to watch. And I was like, I guess I'll try football.
So they're saying the ransomware attack that hit the country before the weekend was actually originated in North Korea.
Well, I mean, it doesn't surprise me. They got to have all their smart people doing something because it's obviously not building rockets.
Or growing food.
Or growing food. I mean, so it doesn't surprise me. But then again, the CIA can disguise an attack to look like it's Russian. So, I mean, do we really know who did what?
Yeah, I was gonna say they let the cat out of the bag, and now probably everybody's got that CIA shit now.
I mean, I don't believe anything. I don't care. You know what? Let them. It's not attacking my computer, so it's not my problem.
It's just Skynet. Like, we're beginning to see Skynet before our very eyes.
Exactly.
It's like I saw a video and it was like from Russia, and they essentially built like a Terminator, and this thing had 2 Glock 18s in its hands and was just like mowing down targets. And, like, granted, it had to be connected to like a power source, but this thing was like that Honda robot with 2 Glock 18s. It was like, see, this is how Skynet starts.
Let's see. Pick of North Korean computers. Let's see here.
It's just a cardboard box.
No, go look. You gotta go look at it. You gotta do
it. I think I had one of those in 1988. Yeah, that's probably
That's
about.
gotta be a whale.
Probably pretty close to how their computers are. I saw a Vice documentary where they went to North Korea to follow around Dennis Rodman, and they went to like their internet cafe, and it was just a bunch of people sitting on computers with like the Google home screen, but it was like a screenshot of the home screen, and they were just pretending to hit keyboards and shit like that. So they clearly have very limited internet access.
I mean, they probably have like 3 websites and like weird Korean porn,
shit.
The politics we want you to know, and Kim Jong-un is the best. Those are the 3 websites you got.
Yeah, I heard he declared his haircut is illegal for anyone else to have. I was like, good, because that thing's fucking terrible.
Smell of race fuel permeates through the air. Fucking scientists in Indonesia are pretty stupid.
Yeah.
A mysterious 50-foot sea creature drew international attention after washing up and decomposing on a beach in Indonesia, right? Initial reports from scientists in the area claimed that it must have been a giant squid, although bones were clearly visible in the rotting corpse flesh.
You gotta wonder sometimes, don't you?
I guess they're teaching Common Core in Indonesia too.
You got. What scares me is this is the best we can do. These are the best we can come up with.
It must be a giant squid, sir. It has bones. It's a squid.
Yeah, people are dumb.
And getting dumber by the day.
I got away with murder yesterday at work.
And you're confessing to it on a live chat?
Yeah. Details.
Tell us more, Hillary. Sean.
We got this brewery called Eighth Wonder, and they make this beer called Hopston, and it's written in the text of the Houston Rockets' old logo. And I got some of them, and I brought them here, and I was just cracking them open one at a time at my desk.
I think
my boss was like, "What's that?" And I was like, "Oh, it's an old Houston Rockets sponsored can." And he looked at the text, and he's like, "Oh, okay." And he wanders off.
I think you posted a picture, or we're in a chat, showed a picture.
Yeah, I screen shared it.
Yeah.
Yep, had a sixer of that at work. It was great. Customer service was right out the window.
Yeah. I remember one time me and my buddy went out on my boat for Memorial Day, and we had to work that night, and we just showed up completely tanked. And our boss was like, which one of y'all's been drinking? So we just looked at each other and we just pointed our fingers at like the old geriatric employee working there. We were like, it's Midge. She was like, oh no, I was dropping my son off at college. It wasn't me. She really couldn't send us home because we were essentially 3/4 of the team that had to do moves that night. So she just kind of let it slide. But
oh, that's so awesome, dude. Look, check it out. Democrats say if Trump's Comey tapes exist, top Democrats want them preserved. I want Hillary's emails preserved. How about we start with that?
That's different.
You can't have those. Can't attack Queen Bee.
see, if Trump was smart, he would bleach bit them and then destroy them with 12 hammers to see if the Democrats were like, he destroyed evidence. It's like, he did exactly what Hillary Clinton did.
Perfectly
Where
legal
are
to
these
me.
tapes? Where are the tapes, Mr. Trump? They're I left him with Jimmy Hoffa. Yeah, they're with the twins.
Jimmy Hoffa. Right.
And he's taking him to Scarface's, stash.
You hit him in Capone's fault. They'll never be found. Gerardo Rivera is not available for comment before you even think about it.
Geraldo's nose is not available to be broken again.
I feel like there's just some big like creature sneaking up on Tino.
Holy shit.
Oh, I mean, wouldn't be the first time.
A 101-year-old D-Day veteran has broken the world record for the oldest tandem skydive. He jumped out of a plane from 15,000 feet in Devon.
Saw that the other day. It's the British guy, I think.
Yeah, that's awesome. Now, the saddest thing I saw, something similarly related, was there was a dude last year in a VE Day parade in his town. It was a major city. It was probably like New York or something. But he was the only surviving member of his outfit. And he was by himself on the street, draped in medals, holding a bouquet of flowers and crying because he was the last one.
It's tough,
And
man.
I'm like, where's this year's picture, And people were like jumping out into the street to hug him because he was crying as he was walking. I was like, oh, that's so cool. I mean, he was probably
man.
like, a dude who lied his age and fucking, was on a boat or something that was somewhere safe or whatever. But if he was an actual combat veteran, he was the last guy, that was awesome.
Well, my granddad, his brother was a Marine. He got killed in Guadalcanal, and he forged my great grandmother's signature. So he turned 17, and back then, if you got your parents' signature, you could join. Well, he was afraid the war was going to end before he got over there because he wanted to kick some Japanese ass. So he forged my great grandmother's signature so he could join up when he was 17 without her permission.
Yeah, those were simpler days.
Yeah.
Where was this picture taken? I'll tell you, I can show you the picture. I'm going to try to find out where it was done at.
A leading neo-Nazi website is now publishing in Spanish. But if you're neo-Nazi, wouldn't you be against Spanish people? I'm confused.
So are they, so it makes sense.
I mean, I'm kind of confused, kind of interested, not going to lie. I kind of want to see what the hell they're thinking. But
yes, the one thing I regret is my granddad. He died before I got really interested in military history or whatnot, and just never really talking to him about it kind of bums me out that I only know a couple stories from his time in the service.
This is awesome. The dude is Russian.
In the parade?
No, the picture that I was talking about. It was actually a Russian dude. That's the picture. I gotta get Tony a link.
He does know he could click on his little history thing and it'll have a link.
Oh, he's already here. Oh, wait a minute, my shit's just not updated yet. Machine with autism. Are you anti-social justice warrioring somebody right now?
Oh no, I'm sharing that thing about the neo-Nazis with a friend of mine.
Open! Fuck! Now! There. Poor Russian guy.
Breaking. After Team Trump denies Trump shared classified information with Russians, Trump tweets that he did share with Russia.
Oh, dear God, Trump, shut up. Sometimes I just want to
stop tweeting.
Shit out of him, you know?
I'm telling you, all he was doing was bragging about his wife's bra size.
Melania's boobs, they're spectacular.
So look at these. These can end world hunger. This could solve all crimes. Just feel how firm these are. And he's gonna pull like a Tom from Weapons Education. You know, he's got Lavrov sitting right next to him. He's like, Melania, come here. Get over here. Let him squeeze those.
Oh God.
Hold the fucking camera still, Tammy. I mean Melania. Hell yeah. Yay.
So what's going on, fellas?
Talking about Melania's bra size.
Russians. Yeah, we're gonna back out of our deal with SIG because, you know, Erdogan is over at the White House. The president of Turkey is hanging out with the president of the United States. They're gonna do an arms deal. It's gonna be huge. Everyone's gonna be carrying Canik TP9s.
Okay.
I am curious why he's there. Like, there's a press conference going on right now, but I'm here.
No,
so
the
I
press
can't-
conference ended.
Oh, it did?
Who is it? I didn't hear.
The president of Turkey.
He's more like dictator now.
But he's a nice dictator.
Well, Trump's made it pretty clear that he'd talk to anybody.
I don't care who Trump talks to. I'll talk to whoever the hell he wants.
Whoa. Georgia murderer makes strange request to be executed using a banned method. I want to see what this is.
Firing squad?
Probably.
Wood chipper?
I don't think wood chipper was ever used.
It's because I'm not president yet.
You ain't going to be president either because you're too fucking insane.
Well, wait a minute now.
America needs a little bit of insanity to stabilize the rest of the North.
Well, share the link with us. Now I want to know what he wants to be executed with.
I know, I'm trying to figure it out.
UPS needs to update. It just says on vehicle for delivery.
His execution date is set for today.
Firing
Do they need volunteers? I could fly up.
Hey, I got 44 Magnum and 6 rounds of ammo laying right here.
Oh, you
Yeah,
found him?
Try not
No.
to lose those bullets before we get down there. Huh?
Don't be a smart
Sentenced
ass.
to death by lethal injection, the only legal form of execution in Georgia. But the convicted murderer made a rather off request. Hey, you get a last meal, right? So maybe that was his request. Like, let me have this instead. He was asked to be killed by firing squad.
Oh, that's anticlimactic. Dylan Roof says white nationalists will save him from death row. Okay. Good luck with that.
That guy's crazy.
That's why he said he wasn't scared of getting the death penalty, because the white nationalists are going to take over and save him. Okay. That right there would get me an insanity plea, wouldn't you think?
Yeah, you'd think.
Just because he's insane don't mean he don't need to be killed.
Oh, no, I totally agree. He needs to be killed.
It'd be like if some Muslim was on death row and
This
was
guy
like,
actually thought this out. Check this out.
Okay.
So the guy, why does this guy prefer this technique? According to his lawyers, it's a less painful alternative to lethal injection. They claim that he'd been taking pain medication for years, which may affect the way his body will react to the lethal injection, causing him to suffer an excruciating death. That actually makes sense.
Well, the reality is,
It's like,
go ahead. I didn't mean to cut you off.
oh, so the thing is, you know, they're citing that the last execution by firing squad was done in 2010 in Utah, where it's 5 shooters at 21 feet. They all have 30 caliber Winchester rifles. One of the rifles gets blank, so no inmate thinks that they're, or no shooter thinks that they're the one who actually did it. Why bother? Just fucking 3 M82A1s.
I mean,
or 1 fucking quad 50.
now you're talking North Korea style.
a
Yeah,
gunshot
North
is going to be
Korea
quicker
style.
than lethal injection in most cases. I mean,
Like,
Shot
if
in
you're
the
gonna
head.
get to choose the way you go, just fucking, I want to be in the middle gun of the A turret of the USS Missouri. Just stuff me in there, and I'll blow a whistle right before I want you to fire, so you can hear it from the barrel.
Now,
Boom!
with firing squads, did they traditionally aim for the head or do they aim for the heart?
Heart.
His last meal request includes a filet mignon wrapped in bacon with pepper jack cheese, large French fries, 10 chicken tenders with sauce, a fried pork chop, a bloomin' onion, pecan pie, and vanilla ice cream, sorbet, and a Sprite.
See, he's
that
hoping.
sounds good to me.
In
He's hoping-
Texas, your last meal request must be $40 or less.
See, he's hoping maybe that food will stop the bullets.
Or
Damn.
if he shovels all that shit down, he'll just have a heart attack.
Damn.
He does make a valid argument for the firing squad, though.
Yeah. I mean, 5.30 calibers, that's pretty high. And I know why they're doing that. But use one bigger caliber, give 5 guns out, only have a real bullet in one of them, but make sure that that bullet is huge. 550 BMG. Come on, man. Or 5.338 Lapuas. Or no. 5 shake and bake rounds.
Use some of those gyro jets.
I'll be right back.
We
Seeing
want to
that,
kill him,
there's-
not detonate him.
seeing that there's probably not much ballistic gel test on those.
Surprised he didn't ask for death by Moab.
So I had a friend who was bragging that she just added herself to the donors list for bone marrow. And then, what was that movie called? Let's see.
Well, I saw some conspiracy on Facebook, and it was tailored towards like poor black people that they shouldn't become organ donors because they were like getting in car accidents, and the doctors were literally just taking their organs while they were in the hospital.
Well, she was bragging about being a bone marrow donor, and I was like, have you ever seen the movie 7 Pounds? So she went and watched it, and she wrote back, she's like, I took myself off the list. She didn't realize how painful it's going to be.
Yeah,
Like, you're going to hurt.
I heard that's one of the more painful things you can do to like try to save
it's like
somebody.
breaking your bone from the inside.
Yeah. No, thank you.
Justice Scalia believed that the Supreme Court was being surveilled by Obama.
Wouldn't surprise me. I mean, the man did fucking wiretap the AP. which I'm sure not a lot of people know because the fucking media didn't report on it.
What the media didn't report on Obama could fill volumes and volumes.
That is a great quote. I should send that to fucking. I should definitely send that to Bob for Daily Gun Show. It's kind of long though.
What?
When I want my men to remember something important to make it really stick, I give it to them double dirty. It may not sound nice to a bunch of little old ladies at an afternoon tea party, but it helps soldiers to remember. You can't run an army without profanity, and it has to be eloquent profanity. An army without profanity couldn't fight its way out of a piss-soaked paper bag. As for the types of comments I make, sometimes I just, by God, get carried away with my own eloquence.
Man after my own heart.
Name the man who said it. I bet Angry's gonna pop it out instant. Yeah. Yeah. I was gonna say either you or Angry's just gonna flip that thing out quick. Like, oh, it was Patton. That's a great quote though.
Yes, it is. Without having heard it before, I lived my life by it.
I wonder if we can get those in the States now. Oh my God. That is so Mr. Knives right there. Let me see if I can get this all to fit on one screen. Yeah. All right. Knives. Camera around. No, the other way.
What the fuck? You become a knife stalker these days?
No, look.
I can't.
No, for the rest of you, look. Get a load of that shit. That's Mr. Knives in the bottom there. That's for you, Cuchillo.
Wait a minute. Leave it up there because I can.
Ah. Let me know when you
Sorta.
see it, because I've been doing it for a while.
All right, I got it.
Yeah. I got to get me some of those.
Well, yeah, there you go. That's a damn good idea.
Oh, yeah. I didn't even know they made them that big. Wait, that's what she said.
Obviously, she's never hit a porn channel.
What the fuck? A millionaire gives advice to millennials. Stop buying avocado toast if you want to buy a home. When I was trying to buy my first home, I wasn't buying smashed avocado for $19 and 4 coffees at $4
Jesus.
each for breakfast. Holy shit!
Someone's got too much damn money.
Yup. Oh, that is awesome. Eighth Wonder Brewery has one-upped themselves. They came up with another beer that's named after, like, the major road that goes through town. And it's a Hefeweizen. Gonna have to try it.
Oh, Jesus.
Nah. I think this guy used the wrong word. It's a Korean restaurant. It says, sorry, we'll be closed on May 17th due to personal circumcisions.
Whoa.
Apologies for any inconvenience this may cause.
I never know. Maybe they converted to Judaism.
Circumstances just got serious.
Okay.
If that's the case, I'll bet they're closed next day, too.
Jeez, Tony. There we go. Jesus. I love when people make my job easy. Opposed to the morons I had to deal with yesterday.
Damn, he's gonna have to work on that timing, man. That idle's really low-key.
Yeah, no kidding.
830 cubic inches, 5,500 horsepower, nitromethane injected, blown V8. Mystery cast bullet. It weighs 630 grains. I have a theory, but any takers? I know what that is.
What's it say?
Talking about Iraq veterans posts.
Diameter is 0.0585. Okay, it's not what I thought it was. I was going to say it was Matt's Bullets 630 grain Grand Canyon hollow point, but it's not. It's too big.
I haven't watched any of Iraq veterans' videos since Barry died.
Their camera work's getting better.
I just only watched it for Barry, to tell you the truth. I don't like the other guys. So it's not that I don't like them, it's just they don't have that personality that Barry had. Son of a bitch.
Well, you know, there is something charming about the Groucho bastard persona.
Yeah, a little bit.
So is there still a bet going on which chat Bob's going to like croak on?
Yes, there is still a pool going.
Is it whoever guesses the person hosting, or whoever is hosting gets the money?
Should be the chat that gets the reward for killing him.
It's more of an over-under how long he'll be in the chat before he croaks type deal.
Gotcha.
Why do you think he never visits the early watch?
Well, the old guy slot's already filled by you, Tony. We only
I'm not
need,
sure how to respond to that other than saying "fuck you."
we only need one grumpy bastard. Two's just
You gotta
too
do
many.
that in the Cuchillo voice.
Fuck you. Yeah, I was channeling knives there.
Fuck you, Flippy. Although he did tell me to go fuck myself one time because someone was asking why Hispanics lower their car so low, and I was like, "Oh, that's so they can drive under the border fence."
I like that one.
Like, fuck you, Matt.
Hashtag Chevy Limbo is now trending on Gunchannels.
That's so they can get their short little asses in them.
I can't talk, man. One of my cars is pretty low to the ground. Like I have a hard time going to the gas station.
My roommate, he's got a Avalon now, but he had a Camaro. Man, that thing was a son of a bitch to get in and out of.
Quite a difference between a Camry and a Camaro.
Yeah. It was like his midlife crisis car, and then he really likes Transformers. I was like, "You bought this for fucking Transformers, didn't you?" He was like, "Maybe."
What did he tell the dealer when he signed the papers? He's like, "I'm just a guy with nothing to lose."
Yeah. Well, I guess he did have something to lose because he ended up selling it.
Damn. I don't know. I did my muscle car phase. I'd really like to have a new Continental. be honest. It's like I like cars that can not only take corners and haul ass, but do it really, really comfortably.
Yeah.
I kind of like just run over any motherfucker out there.
He's like, I've got a 6-point roll cage and a fucking 5-point harness, and I've got a fucking line lock. And it's like, really? I've got heated air-conditioned seats and a top speed of 197 mile an hour. Your move.
Tony just needs one of them Trump plows on his car.
Hell yeah, you've seen that truck. Bedazzled front bumper that says Trump on it.
I've got 7,000 pounds of four-wheel drive vehicle.
Let's see when that update comes out. Shall we? To install today.
Actually, I think it's 6,800 pounds, but I rounded up.
Is that what one of Rosie O'Donnell's weighs these days? Is that before or after the shit she steps on that dribbles out of her chin?
Did you see Trump's tweet after he fired Comey? He was like, finally something me and Rosie can agree on. She was like, we need to fire Comey.
Nah.
Well, I'm surprised she ain't pulled every other liberal move out there. This is fucking wrong. He's covering up for his whatever the hell he's covering up for.
For our made-up fantasies. Like, I don't want to believe he colluded with the Russians, but until the investigation's done, I'm just going to keep my mouth shut.
I'm surprised the press ain't coming out saying, look at his fucking hands. He can't have no dick. I mean, seriously, it's that fucking petty. Look at his wife. He must have at least some dick. Otherwise, he wouldn't be spending that kind of money. Or hell, just look at his wives. He's had several of them. They all look like they weren't.
Even after he divorces them, they have nothing bad to say about him.
Yeah, really.
Could have been some disclosure agreement, part of their divorce settlement.
No, because even Yvonne or whatever her name is, she came out and said he was great to her, still helped her with her business and everything after they got divorced. So, I mean...
I still wake up every day and it's like, man, I cannot believe this guy won the presidency.
Yeah, I can't believe it either.
I was in total shock.
Still am. A Ted Cruz smear campaign that actually worked.
Lying Ted.
You know, the thing of it is you have to question the state of America that the man won.
That's true, too.
That
and it's how bad Hillary Clinton was and a bunch of other things.
That's probably the easiest election in history to win.
Absolutely the easiest election.
That was easier than a re-election.
Yeah, it was easy for me when she... Well, it wouldn't have mattered because I'm...
Where's the outrage for the fact that they have evidence to prove that she screwed Bernie in the primary? How is that not federal?
That's what I want to know.
How is that not a federal crime?
Because they absolutely rigged the primary to benefit her. Because the DNC is not a government agency; it's a private business, essentially.
And as such, they should be able to say, as punishment for repeat offenses and collusion and corruption, your DNC is now dissolved.
Yeah, it should.
Like, if you're a business, you've just been taken down by the Better Business Bureau. Job done.
And I could be wrong, but I think only national elections are, federally involved. Like, I think primaries aren't. I think they're just,
state by state.
State by state, and there's no federal oversight. So It's not like they could really do anything with a primary.
Well, no, if you rig it, it's called fraud. It's you can be charged with rigging the primary.
Well, somebody should be, because they
As long
definitely
as
were
you're not in
doing
the
it.
DNC.
Yeah, that's true. I think the only reason that hasn't gained traction is because the way that we got discerned that information was from WikiLeaks, and they say the Russians, hacked our server, which they probably did, so. But I think if it would have been like a reporter or someone on the inside, like that guy that got killed, if he would have come out and said, oh, hey, yeah, we're definitely rigging the primary against Bernie, I think there probably would have been somebody should have gotten charged or something.
But it shouldn't matter because it's not how the information came to be, it's the information.
Yeah, well, that's who's that? Ben Shapiro. He's always talking about political scandals, and for the left, the scandal is not the scandal; it's how the information about the scandal got disseminated. Whereas on the right, the scandal is always a scandal.
I have found a way to grant that guy's execution request. His vehicle has arrived.
You gonna drive over to Georgia with your 500?
No, that's Tony's. This is what's gonna replace your Suburban, by the way. Lightly used, just once.
Hang on, I got to freaking click my freaking bandwidth back up.
Yeah.
All right.
I linked it in the channel.
Deuce and a half with the quad 50s. Yeah, there you go.
Oh yeah.
2-second burst with that thing should do the job.
It's mobile too, so it's like, oh yeah, South Carolina needs it today, but we're gonna need it in Texas tomorrow. Like that's a hell of a drive, but we'll get there. We'll just have a tour bus follow behind us so we can change drivers and they can take naps in the back. Call it the Execution Express, the Reaper Express.
Nah, we just need to make one for every state. Ain't that damned expensive.
No, I kind of like the idea of having just the one.
Yeah, traveling one. It's like the Grim Reaper.
Paint it like Gravedigger, but have like a Grim Reaper on it, and then fucking use like a national, commercial ad or whatever.
It's like Death Race.
Be like the
God damn, you guys are fucking out of it.
Reaper Tour 2017.
You realize that with just one vehicle, the left can corrupt that thing pretty easily.
No, it's gonna have a fucking escort with a tour bus, like a fucking a John Madden style tour bus following behind it with another Grim Reaper airbrushed down the side. Like, thanks, John.
Yeah. Well, what you got to do is you got to drive the bus, to Texas, so you can execute people.
Thanks, John. Poor Pat Summerall.
That's what led him to alcoholism. Having to be in the booth with Madden.
I'm telling you, the best death penalty method I can think of off the top of my head is a hand grenade shoved up the ass.
It's a little violent, don't you think?
You're fucking killing them.
Well, that's why you just put them in a big acrylic tube and fill it up with ice water.
I'd just say cap it off and let them suffocate, but ice water works.
No, I want the water to go up nice and slow, up his ankles, up his neck, Let him feel despair for like 10 minutes as that water gets up to the top of his head.
Can't do that. That's torture.
But shoving a grenade up the guy's ass, is it?
Damn it. So, saved by the 8th yet again. Thwarted. Damn it.
Yeah, I guess the grenade idea was out. Maybe a stick of dynamite.
No.
Yeah, I guess that's a little softer.
It's also more kind of shaped like a turd, so.
I mean, I was going to make a very crude comment. I don't want to get us flagged.
Oh, we probably got flagged a long time ago.
I mean,
No.
I can't say it.
We're still live.
Yeah, I haven't been NSA'd yet. I didn't say the H word.
Well, as soon as someone mentioned Trump, the YouTube censors probably got all over that.
User has been disconnected from server.
I think the record for getting flagged is like me and Jimmy's second show. It was about 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's pretty damn quick.
The Detroit
I don't even
Pistons
know.
unveil their new logo. Oh, it looks like the old one, right? I'm doing everything I can not to click the Michaela Maroney thing because it's like right next to every story I click on.
You gotta get yourself a girlfriend, Sean.
Two aren't enough, man.
Good Lord.
No shit, maybe two.
The two I got ain't enough.
Yeah, it's already 2 o'clock.
Yeah, well, for you it is.
I've been up since 4, so it's been one of those days.
It's 1 o'clock, and I hope to hell my Social Security rep is enjoying their vacation.
Spending your money.
Yeah.
Yeah. Get your ass back to work and finish me up and send me a check.
Yeah, their new logo is just their old one.
You'd be better off for sending a U.S. citizenship, going to Mexico, and then coming here illegal. You'd get more money faster.
Probably. Sí, señor, right up pita.
I don't think that was Spanish, but
Flagged. What's this thing playing? Okay, it's working.
Well, it wouldn't surprise me anyway. Google's hated me from day one because I refused a Gmail address. I'm like, fuck you, I don't want that.
how'd you get around not having a Gmail address to get it?
I was going to say a little Gmail history for you. Do you remember back in the day when Gmail was invite only?
Yes. That was a long time ago.
Those were the days. It was like a demonoid account.
Remember, that's how Facebook used to be. When it was
They'll go back to it.
Facebook.
They'll go back to it. What's your party affiliation? Conservative. You've been banned from server. What? No,
Yeah,
Democrat.
I heard the day that they banned a anti-Muslim page ran by ex-Muslims for being derogatory towards Muslims.
The apostate fan club.
Yeah.
Yeah. If you own a Mexican restaurant and you post pictures of barbacoa, you're banned for animal hatred towards Muslim lovers. How dare you do that to a goat?
I got around it by having communications with people at Google telling them I did not want a Gmail account. I've had a long-standing Hotmail account. I don't intend to change it.
Use both like I do.
And they said, you can have more than one email. I said, I don't want more than one email. No fucking point.
I have enough trouble with one email.
And after a few days of back and forth discussion, they relented, and my Gmail ID is my Hotmail account.
No, I didn't know you could do that.
Oh, this is that feeling I hate. I've got a migraine slowly building up in the back of my neck. It's like by the time I have to leave work today, I'm going to be just ever so pleasant.
Like I said, you need a girlfriend.
Maybe it's
Now
because you got two.
For option number 3.
You got two girlfriends. That could be the migraine dilemma.
I don't know. I picked up the second one with quite possibly the greatest pickup line in male history.
What's that?
Well, essentially, she was dating somebody else, right? And they were together for like 3 years. And I just basically walked up to her and I'm like, does he really love you, or is he just wasting the best years of our lives? She was like,
Such a smoothie.
that's fucking deep. And I'm like, just food for thought. Hit me up if you ever change your mind. She called me back like a day later.
I was gonna say I could say something about deep, but I'm just not gonna go there.
You know, to be honest, that was in the back of my mind when she said that too. I was like, oh, you just don't know. You just don't know. My daddy had 9 kids before me. Genetic jackhammer is now trending.
Oh my god.
9 kids, man. Actually, technically, I'm number 10, but only 9 or 8 of his first 9 survived. So. Genetic jackhammer.
There's I can't remember what team he plays with. There's an NFL player, and he's had the same number since I think like elementary school, and he had to like kind of break the rules to keep it. And someone asked him like, "Why do you always have this number?" And he essentially was like, "Well, my mom had 8 kids, but I was the firstborn." So he wore like the number 8 or 9, saying like, "Oh, you know, my mom's had 8 abortions." And
That's something to be proud of.
Yeah, and I think he did it to kind of like make a point to like, hey, abortion's not always that good because I could have 8 siblings, but I don't. But yeah, my grandma, she was one of 16 children. And then when I was in elementary school, our DARE officer, he was one of 27 children, and he was the last one. So his name, so his name was XY Brown, and he was a cop. And someone asked him like, "Why is your name XY?" And he was like, "Well, I guess my parents ran out of names to name me."
Oh my god, 27?
27 kids.
That's like Queen
They were good
Victoria,
Catholics.
man.
And I think he's still a police officer, and he has some record for like one of the oldest police officers in the country, because he's got to be pushing like 80 now, and he still does
How many
part-time.
kids he have?
I don't know how many kids I think he's got a couple great grandkids, but yeah, he still volunteers for the Jacksonville Police Department. Oh, the monster's back.
Yeah.
Slowly creeping up behind you.
I don't know what they're doing in there. They're supposed to be redoing that room. But
What's the odds of talking about guns at some point today?
not good.
I haven't bought any new ones in a while, so I don't have anything to talk about. I'm too poor to buy anything I want to buy.
Well, I'm for certain when I get this disability approved, getting back pay to beginning of July of last year. So
What are you buying?
there's going to be a couple anyway.
What are you buying? 444 Marlin, do it.
No,
It's
Well,
still 44?
I've debated when I do get some money whether I just want to buy like a 357 SIG Glock upper for a lower that I have already, or just buy like a SIG 3P20 in 357 SIG.
Go for the SIG.
AR-57 upper.
no, I'm going to
AR-57
buy a
upper with
couple
the
of
can.
single action handguns, Rugers, of course, and probably a Henry in 44 Magnum, but I don't know.
Don't do it.
Buy me.
Don't do it. You don't want that thing going up and down the freaking tube, getting in the way
I
all
like
the time.
that.
Yeah.
Plus, I
I'll
have
have to look for that
absolutely
video.
have no room in my safe left, so
I refuse to buy a safe.
Buy another one.
My garage is my safe. My garage is my safe, and I got plenty of room.
It's too humid here. I feel like if I left a gun out in the garage, it would rust within a couple months.
Ah, that's why you insulate it and heat and air condition it.
Well, if this is our house, I would probably agree with that. But since it's a rental, don't really have that option.
I got to give them credit. Whoever did the renovation on this garage did a fucking outstanding job of insulating. Because I keep this thing heated and cooled summer and winter. Because actually, this is my freaking man cave or whatever the fuck today's terminology is for a room where I hide my kids in.
Fortress of Solitude.
Yeah, there you go. That's good too. But it doesn't cost me half as much to heat this house and garage as it did to heat my old 5-bedroom house.
See, if I ever had enough money to like design my own house, I would either want it with like some sort of small basement, and that would be like my man cave / gun room, or some kind of, like you said, like a converted garage where maybe half the garage is heated and cooled, and kind of like how Yankee has set up in his house.
Well, I could do whatever I wanted out here as far as dividing it up and whatnot, but I still want to be able to put my vehicle in the winter, so I don't, you know. I don't like getting cold, so I don't leave it out in the winter.
Yeah, I feel like I just need to move out west and buy some land somewhere.
I just want Jay Leno's garage.
Yeah, you mean his warehouse?
Yeah.
The garage door on it?
All 7 stories of it.
Well, he's got
That's all
too
I
much
want.
shit to enjoy except for looking at it all the time.
Oh no, he drives everything he
Oh
owns.
yeah, he drove around the Stanley Steamer.
Yeah,
Not
he drives
nearly
everything.
enough.
I wonder if he has a Tucker.
Probably he's got 2. There's a classic car that I would not mind having here.
Tucker Torpedo.
Yeah.
Actually, there's a company out there that makes an entire fiberglass body for one, and then you could pick what chassis and engine you want to put in it.
Now I want one of the, what was it, 45 or so old originals.
There's a guy in New York who has 3 of them.
That was freaking brilliance in design.
See, I just want like the old James Bond Aston Martin DB5 with the ejector seat.
Yes.
So like when the hooker refuses to leave your car, you can just eject her out.
You know, the only problem with that car is the engine is horrible. It overheats constantly. But there's a company out there that does modern upgrades to the original engine. So you can squeeze out like an extra 80 horsepower out of it, and they put a better cooling system in it. I'd go for that.
Fuck that. Put a Toyota engine in the son of a bitch.
Yeah, a 2JZ Toyota engine. 1,000 horsepower.
I would even settle for the early 2.5 GM setup. That was a good little motor.
You love that little shit. The Iron Duke, I think it was. Fixing the
Driving
launch channel.
Early ass citation with the stick shift was the first time I realized that a 4-cylinder could really do something.
Well, yeah, it's all about power to weight.
See, I just wish we had like a Jay Leno type, but with guns. That's not Ted Nugent. That was like
Us?
super mainstream, but just had a warehouse full of like badass guns. It was accepted in
That's Tom
Hollywood.
Selleck. Well, the accepted in Hollywood and warehouse full of guns is not ever going to come to be. Tom Selleck's our man there that's super pro gun, yet reasonably level-headed to talk to and
Yeah,
comes across as being credible.
I feel like him and Gary Sinise are like the only 2 I can really think of.
I think Kevin Costner's pro gun too.
No,
I think he is.
the guy that was like that was a dude named Jacques Littlefield. He had a warehouse full of not only curios, relics, and military guns, but he also had like 220 armed tracked vehicles too.
Who?
Jock Littlefield.
Don't know who that is. See, that don't work.
He had a Panther tank. He had parts of tigers. He had.
I don't know who that is, so that don't work.
Get to know. He died.
Somebody's got to be known. That's why Charlton Heston was so good, because he was freaking God and Moses and every other huge deity you could possibly think of, long before the NRA tapped him to lead the free world.
Yeah, but then those damn apes took over.
You talking about Democratic Party?
Yep, exactly. But at the end of it, it's like, damn you, but all the hell. Did you notice that at the end of that movie, he grabbed the hot woman that could not talk? That just shows you how brilliant that man was. That right there, boys, is perfect wife material.
So you're saying I should find a Muslim gal?
No. Okay.
Because I'm pretty sure they can't do anything without the male's permission.
Kill infidels probably is fine.
Now I'll get one of the liberal ones that, owns the bodega down the street.
A progressive Muslim. There you go.
We're gonna have to hook you up with Moldy Locks.
Yeah. Gross.
Bring her back to hotness. Escaped hotness.
Make Moldy Locks great again.
Just gonna have to bang some sense into her. That's all.
Just imagine the roll of the dice you get being a Muslim male, and this is not anti-Muslim in any stretch, but I mean, you get to see this woman's freaking eyes until you've bought and paid for her.
Oh yeah.
Meaning legally wed, not slavery people.
Well, you might have been not too far off even with that.
But I mean, can you imagine opening the shroud on what you know is going to be Trump's daughter, and you get Rosie O'Donnell?
Oh, God.
Well, I think I could tell by the shape I'm going to get Rosie O'Donnell.
So either you're opening a Christmas present or you're removing the butcher paper.
Sometimes the same thing.
You're hoping for Ivanka and you end up with Chelsea.
Ooh.
See, I could probably deal with Chelsea's looks as long as she dropped the politics.
Well, see, I mean, all you have to do, if you're in that situation, is you charter a boat and you call Christopher Walken and Robert Wagner. They solve your problem for you. So
you bring Ted Kennedy back from the dead. It's like,
Well,
hey,
see,
Ted, don't you want to take a drive with my wife over a bridge
See, the
after
thing
a party?
if you know what you're doing, you can direct politics by keeping them too fucking tired to think.
Oh, I don't think I'm going to try that with Chelsea Clinton. Sorry.
Mm-hmm.
Well, I ain't either. I'm an old man. I'm too damn near for death to ruin the rest of my life fucking up like that.
Just going to have her do public speaking engagements in ISIS-held territory. My honeymoon's in Fallujah. Honey, why are you wearing that vest? Oh, don't worry. It's just, they don't like men around here.
The wedding fireworks are brought to you by the 1st Marine Division.
There you go.
No, baby, your first speaking tour is going to be in Libya, discussing freedom of women's issues.
Today, the government issues the
Here,
MOAC,
sign this insurance form.
the mother of all fireworks.
Both.
I'd buy that for $1.
My wife just told me here, a few months ago, I guess now, that she had insurance policies directed to all the kids. This last annual she signed them all over and put me as a beneficiary. And I said, how much are we talking here? And she said, whatever the hell they were, I don't remember. I said, God damn it, you better be careful because that's getting close enough to being worth it.
Right?
Tony started plotting.
Hey, I ain't going to kill her as long as she puts out when I want to.
Who go? Or married with children. Put out or get out. Who go?
I don't give a shit what else you do, but that's one thing you're going to do, or somebody's going to. God damn, it's almost fucking 90 here.
Yeah, I think it's supposed to be 92 tomorrow. I gotta go cut the lawn in like 40 minutes. I'm gonna sweat my ass off.
I don't have to do that anymore.
There you go. Don't forget
And I have
to
a-
trap mount.
92 tomorrow.
Hi, John.
Giggity, giggity.
Now, goddamn it, sit there quietly. Try and talk.
What's up, guys?
Don't forget to fix your outbound.
John.
First
You
thing
got a lot of
you're
fucking
doing.
background noise again.
The hell is that noise?
Come on, man.
I got a Dixon GTR riding mower here, which is like a go-kart with a mower deck.
Yeah, I was getting
And,
getting tired of typing while I'm cooking. I'm making potatoes, so here I am.
Oh, I thought you were just joking.
I'm
about-
talking here. Sit there and shut up.
Sorry, senor.
I got a Dixon here that's actually fun to use, but my wife and daughter wouldn't touch it, afraid of it, you know, because they've never operated anything that you have to run with handles, you know, sticks. And when I was having these heart issues, I was just flat not going to mow the yard this year. I couldn't do it. So I went and bought a decent push mower for them to mow the yard with and just pulled the Dixon in the garage and shut her down.
Man, you were cutting in and out for me on that a little bit, and I just heard I got a dick and my wife and daughter won't touch it. I was like, well, that's kind of a relief.
I got a Dixon ZTR lawnmower.
Yeah, the riding, the self-propelled. I wish I could play
I'm
that
not
back for
commenting
you.
on that one.
Oh, we gotta cut that clip when you post it.
Oh, hell no, man. I had 4 kids in 3 years with no twins, so my wife touching it wasn't a problem. Well, depending on how you look at it.
Shit, I forgot fucking Wilson was in Madagascar.
Hey, how's John today?
Not bad.
When you said you were making potatoes, I thought you were making a joke about Chelsea's face.
No, I don't have the skills to make those kind of potatoes.
One shepherd's pie, I just want to stab with a fork and walk away.
I don't have the manhood to even think about Chelsea Clinton, and Hillary's name comes up at every given turn. I can't do it. No, thank you.
Yeah, that right there is an anti-Viagra commercial if ever there was.
You're welcome.
Ooh, here back.
Yeah, every time I see a picture of Bill Clinton, I just think that this guy's got some form of syphilis. Like, he looks like something off The Walking Dead.
I thought they would have put him on the show already.
You know,
His wife, how the fuck can look?
I feel bad for him. He's got to spend all his time with Hillary now.
Yeah, well, that's so they don't. That's why they can't testify against each other. That's the only reason they haven't got divorced.
That's the only way he could make sure she doesn't try to kill him.
That too.
Yeah. It's like Alex Jones is just like, Uma Abedin's Hillary Clinton's secret love child, lover.
That's scary.
Has anyone ever thought Uma Abedin actually looks a little like Chelsea? They could be sisters.
I doubt it.
It's the Clintons. I wouldn't put anything past them.
Well, I don't think he's even low enough to fuck Hillary twice.
He lost his mind a long time ago.
Well, hell, there's some people who say that Chelsea's not even his.
He's too scared to deny it. Yay, Chris is on day 6 of his AK ownership status.
I'm surprised he hadn't had one before then.
Not a big AK fan.
I mean, I got one just to get one, but I shoot it every now and then.
Who said they're not an AK fan? Don't let G-Webs hear that.
He knows it.
Hell, I've said it a bunch of times. I'm not.
My potatoes are ready. Yay. So anybody ever hear of this potato diet?
You mean vodka?
I wish, but that's not the diet my doctor suggested.
Is it just all potatoes all the time?
Yep, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. I'm just doing it for 2 weeks. So see what happens.
Is it supposed to help you lose weight or just fix something?
Lose weight, but at the same time, my doctor said because when I eat salad, I'm still hungry. So try the potato diet for a short period. So at least you have something that fills you up and will give you that energy boost. And on top of that, also lose weight. So we're gonna see what happens.
Figured there'd just be so many carbs in a potato.
Well, yeah, and that's part of what's gonna fill me up.
Okay.
Well, now you realize that they're not indicating that you stuff that fucker with bacon and cheese and sour cream.
Sadly, that wasn't his suggestion.
I'm quite sure it wasn't.
So I also need to keep my cholesterol down. So
I can tell you a quick diet tip. If it tastes good, you can't have it.
yeah.
I can think of one thing that tastes good that it's not bad for you. Not
And it's not
necessarily food.
Wink, wink.
Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. But then some people don't like doing that, so.
Well, it's time for me to do the grandpa thing, guys. I'll catch you later.
Later,
Have a
Tim.
good one.
Did everybody else get popped also?
No,
No.
Okay. Just checking.
just working.
Working. You suck.
I hate work. Unfortunately, I got to go there later.
Oh, shit.
Means I'm gonna miss the Daily Show.
No. I'm actually sending out my resumes right now for out of state, Arizona, and so on.
Yeah, I'm trying to find a job in state. If I don't find something soon, I'm gonna have to start looking out of state.
Where are you now?
I'm in North Carolina, but a lot of the jobs that are in my field are out west.
How far would you go?
As far as west as the border of California.
Oh, God.
I ain't
You
gonna
got to
set.
be on the other side of whatever state you want to go to then.
Yeah, I ain't gonna set foot in that place.
No.
Yeah, Washington or Oregon.
Hey, listen, I'm in New York, so I can't talk.
Or like Oregon's starting to go the way of California. If they don't,
Seriously?
yeah, if they don't shape up, you know, they're going to be the next California when it comes to gun laws.
What's going on with Oregon?
I think they just passed some law saying that if you get denied a NICS check, the law enforcement gets informed, or something about the NICS check law, I think.
Yeah, they just passed it so that way if you get denied on your NICS check or delayed or anything pertaining to it, that law enforcement gets notified, which is stupid because people get denied all the time.
Hold on a second. They won't notify the FBI when they have illegals in their possession for committing crimes, but they'll notify the police.
Right.
If you get denied.
Yep.
NICS?
Yep.
Okay, I'm sorry, but if that's not ass backwards.
Well, fortunately, those illegals vote Democratic.
This is true.
Which is, I don't even know how the fuck they're voting. Because they shouldn't be allowed to vote.
Well, it's a democratic system. There's no reason for it. No rhyme or reason.
Like one of the guys I work with, he works part-time at Red Lobster, and he was saying that one of the ladies he worked with got deported. And I was like, oh man, that sucks. I was like, well, what'd she get charged for? And he was like, oh, DUI and a fake Social Security card. I was like, well, the fake Social Security card, that's a felony. She probably deserves to get deported.
Yep.
It's like, that means she's been, I guess, technically not working illegally, but sort of working illegally, I guess.
Well, you have people who are not citizens, but they pay taxes, so they have a tax ID number, not a Social Security number. For them to get a social, they need to actually go through the legal process.
Yeah.
If she didn't do that, she's a criminal for that.
Yep. So she got deported, and she had he was like, yeah, man, she had kids. And I was like, well, she probably shouldn't have tried to break the law.
It happens. Don't use your kids as an excuse for breaking the law.
Yeah.
Having kids is not an excuse to be illegal or commit a crime.
That's right.
Yeah, I think Oregon and Washington, I think Bloomberg's assuming that since those states went blue, that he can try to push some gun control through, which he probably can because the the big cities and whatnot. And they're all hipster, and I guess hipsters don't need weapons and yada yada because they can't fit their skinny jeans.
Well, not everybody in Washington State is a turd.
Yeah, that's true.
I watch Wrangler Star's channel. You know Wrangler Star? He does the off the grid living and he has the farm and everything. He's a big channel.
No, I'll have to check that out though.
He lives in Washington State, I believe. He's into his ARs and stuff. He does a lot of homesteading.
Well, unfortunately, sometimes their turds outnumber our guys, and stupid shit gets passed.
Their turds are way bigger than ours. Have you started already looking, doing research?
What, in the Washington laws?
No, just where you would move if you were going to move.
Oh, it's just, I guess where I applied for, like, I was applying out of state a couple months ago, but then my sister, she had a kid, so I kind of wanted to stick around and see him grow up for her first couple months. But it's mostly like Utah, New Mexico, Arizona, Montana.
That's cool.
So, like, I'd gladly move to any of those places. But not the West Coast, because I do not want to get trapped in the socialist system out there.
I don't know if you can call them socialists. You can just call them their new logo should be the lost its mind state.
Yeah. Plus, California is like a natural disaster or two away from just being really fucked.
I think it's just there. It just hasn't finally sprayed itself with its own stupidity. It's just waiting.
Honestly, I was kind of hoping they would just succeed and just think about all the Democratic representatives that wouldn't be representatives anymore. So then we won't have to. So then we won't have to worry about national, like, stupid laws getting passed nationally.
From your mouth to God's ears. I think we're all waiting for that. One of my friends works in he lives in Louisiana, and he does a lot of travel for PDM work for construction. So he's I forgot what the title of. He's a supervisor, but I forgot what the title was. And they send him all over the country. So I mean, you could apply from anywhere, really. I mean, depending on what it is you do. And I was surprised to hear that there were companies that sent people all over the place, no matter where they live, for work, which is freaking awesome. No, he's got kids, so it's not easy, but he still does it because they make decent money.
Yeah, I got offered a job in Ohio doing mud logging, and I probably should have taken it because it paid really well and I could have paid off all my student loans, but it was just very logistically, I don't think it would have worked.
Do you still have the offer?
No, this was months ago. But it's also something where I could probably reapply because it's a very high demand job, but not a lot of people stick around. Like, people will do it for about a year and then they'll get that experience and they'll apply for something else. So the jobs are there. It's just, people don't want to keep doing it after a year or so.
Ohio is not a bad option.
Well, it was like it was based around Ohio, but it could have been in like Pennsylvania or West Virginia or Kentucky. And it was just kind of like, they didn't tell me exactly where it was going to be, so I couldn't really try to find an apartment up there. And it was like, yeah, we're going to send you out for training, and then as soon as you get back, you have to report to your job site. And I was just like, okay, well, what am I going to do with all my shit here? Where the hell am I going to live? Yada, yada. So I turned it down, and it was the first offer I got. So I was hoping something else would pop up. So
I'll ask my friend what website he uses. It's a national company, and they send him to wherever the jobs are. So every time a job opens, he's one of those people called because he's on their roster or whatever you want to call it. I'll ask him when I get a chance. I'll try to contact him, see if he picks up if he's not on the road, to find out the name of the website. If you don't know what it is already, I'm not sure, and I'll let you know, because he says there are jobs on it all the time. Do you mind being on the road?
yeah, I don't mind traveling. It's nice
Yeah,
to get out and see the sights.
He travels all the time, so you could find a place to live, and they'll just fly you, or you drive, and you'll get reimbursed for your travel to wherever the jobs are.
Yeah, that's kind of how this job was, because you would stay on the well site for however long they're drilling, and then when they pack up, you just go back home until the next job pops up, and you would drive or fly out there until the work's done.
I'm actually messaging him right now on Facebook to see if he picks up, and I could give you the name of the company or website.
Yeah, right on.
I mean, it's, again, if you don't have kids, it's one thing, but if you have a family, that's something you need to decide for yourself if you want to do it or not. So, you know.
Yeah, that's what this guy told me. He was like, yeah, if you're not married, it's great. But if you got a family, it's kind of hard because you're away for potentially a month at a time, and yada yada.
So maybe you know of the website that he uses. I don't know, but I'll contact him anyway. It's the same website, no harm done. Oh, his wife is online. I'll just text her.
I'm looking at G-Web's Kickstarter. Those are pretty cool cards.
Oh yeah, you mean the new ones he's working on?
Yeah, the Old West guns.
Yeah, I believe he's working on a new project as well. The new cards that he's created. I don't know if that's part of it or not.
$20 gets you 2 decks. That's pretty good.
Okay, I messaged him and his wife. See whichever one gets back to me. G-Web said, one deck at a time.
Yeah, I got a couple of the AK card decks.
Nice.
One of them I opened. The other two are still wrapped in the wrappers.
I wonder if G-Webs will make a stripper clip deck. Something to go with the stripper clip patches he made. Oh, G-Web said the next deck is the ammo deck.
That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah. How about strippers clipped to the ammo? That would be an interesting deck. Where did Tony go? Did he go to his grandkids again?
I don't know. He said he was having old man problems, so he's probably napping.
Oh, okay. And Sean is having lunch.
I guess he's probably lurking somewhere.
He's lunch channeling.
I'm about to have to go mow channeling here in a second.
The lawn?
Yeah. I need to do it today because tomorrow I'm off, but it's supposed to be bitchin' hot, so I'll try to do it today before I head into work.
G-Webs goes, the stripper clips are not going to be on the deck with the ammo, but they'll at least be delivering the deck to you.
I don't want a B squad stripper. It's got to be the A team.
Better go mow the lawn at least while the sun is still out, because we had about 3-4 days here on the East Coast of rain. Yesterday was the first nice day that we had.
Yes, I would agree. Rocks are greater than grass, which is why I went to school to study them.
What, rocks?
Yeah, I went to school for geology.
I want to take a course in studying grass. No pun intended. All right, had my potatoes. Now time for a cup of coffee.
All right.
With the giggity man. Giggity.
I'm going to go mow. I'll try to jump on before I head back to work or head to work.
Well, I'll do that. Have a good one.
Yeah, I guess if for some reason you leave, just post a link in case
All right,
Sean's
okay.
MIA.
And
If not, I'm just going to hang out in the chat room unless it gets full in that case someone can boot me.
Can you post the link? Because I had to restart and the link is not in anything.
Yeah.
Yet. I'll leave it on for a minute, but I'll post the link as well. Just in case someone wants to hop on.
Yeah.
Thanks.
All right, take it easy. Enjoy the potatoes.
We'll do. Hot sauce makes everything better. Don't forget.
Yeah, except if you're Hillary Clinton.
Well, don't tell my doctor or Hillary. All right, I'm gonna head out for a minute. I'll be right back.
Man, Lunch Channels really kills a chat, doesn't it? Holy shit. These guys. These wise guys. So anyway, let's see. Has the link been put out? No. Here's a link. I think. That should be the link. So I was reading up on things that happened today from a news source, not just the History Channel, because it's pretty vague. Apparently, 15 citations for the Congressional Medal of Honor happened on this day in history. 15! Most of them were during the Civil War. Queen Elizabeth was the first monarch to speak to the U.S. Congress. First British monarch to ever do so. Nikita Khrushchev chewed Dwight D. Eisenhower's ass for the U-2 spy plane incident today. These are all government and military related things, by the way. I already mentioned that the Sedition Act was passed today. President Andrew Johnson's impeachment proceedings failed by one vote today in 1865. And a Nazi submarine, U-234, forces in New Hampshire. It was bound for Tokyo, containing 10 containers of uranium oxide. The atomic material ended up in the bombs dropped on Hiroshima and Nagasaki. So technically, the delivery was complete. Too soon? Probably why so many. Maybe. I mean, these were all Civil War citations. So they happened in different years, but all on this day. There was a lot of Vietnam War action today, too. First U.S. gunfire support in Vietnam provided by the USS Tucker. Mahan-class destroyer. It's a pretty decent ship. How much boom did you bring to that party? Five 5-inch guns. 12 21-inch torpedo tubes. Woohoo! Quad 50. So a quad 50 and a couple of 5-inchers. Oh wait, this is the wrong boat. probably the USS Henry W. Tucker. Nope, not that one either. Well, maybe this one. Let's take a look.
Hey, Turtle Man, what's going on?
What?
Oh yeah, it's the Henry W. Tucker.
Hey, Sean is back.
6 5-inch guns, 8 40 millimeters. Okay, that's some substantial improvement. Much cooler. Gearing class, even better. What's the third one then? 1913. That's the first one.
What are you guys discussing?
I was just using new today in history facts or whatever.
Anything exciting?
15 Medal of Honor citations were issued today. In history.
Oh, wow.
Not just today. I mean, like throughout history on May 16th.
To actual people who deserve them or to Democrats?
Well, I couldn't tell you.
All right.
Most of them were Civil War citations. So.
Oh, so it was real citations. Okay.
Yeah. I don't know if that guarantees that they received the medal, but they were written citations, I guess, to the president to consider it.
To our current president?
Well, no, I mean this happened throughout history. So I mean, like the citations were written during the Civil War.
Oh, wow.
For a lot of these guys.
I wonder how many of those were fulfilled.
I don't know. I didn't spend the time to like cross-reference the list, but I did read the citations.
Right.
They're all like heroic acts of came back, picked up a guy who couldn't walk or several guys.
Right. How does my sound sound now?
Well, I had a bit of playback earlier. I can hear myself.
Can you hear it now?
Yep.
Okay.
And sort this crap out.
Speaker.
Now it sounds like you're using headphones. Holy shit.
Hello?
Yeah. Come on, Knives. Tell us about the stories you're linking. Had a little bit of feedback with the mic.
Yeah.
Yeah. Tell us about these stories you're linking.
Huh?
Tell us about these stories you're linking.
I forget what they are.
You just posted them.
I don't know.
Leave me alone. I'm high.
Yeah.
Stop picking on me. I'm high.
Stop picking on me. I'm sick.
Did you get some more Dayquil?
Well,
You be taking that shit.
I probably woke up, man.
Yeah, you need to start
I was
taking
supposed to go pick up dog shit today.
What? That's not exactly a glamorous job.
You know, I gotta pay shit, dude. I gotta go in a few. I'll go like around 4. Fuck it.
No, I know all about working while you're freaking under the weather. I've been doing it since November.
Who's playing with the vibrator?
John playing with his vibe.
Steel dildo attachment. Yeah, what I missed in the news today?
Not much. It's been kind of quiet. President's hammering out a new arms deal with Turkey.
Oh God.
I'm kidding. He did come to the White House, but it's not what they talked about.
How about that? You doing the same shit? I'm gonna mow at you too. Just threaten everybody with the Moab.
Moab diplomacy.
Yeah, drop one on top of fucking Barack Obama's house.
That's not his house. He's just renting it.
Fuck it, he's living there.
Be like, damn it! I think I'm gonna lose my security deposit. Michelle, give me some money. She'd be like, bitch, you ain't the president no mo.
Yeah, I heard she got mad because of Obama took out those that food that she put in the schools.
Yep.
That shit sucked. That food was nasty anyways.
I know, right?
Half of the food was getting like what was it? 75% of the food was getting thrown away.
Probably.
Dude, I used to look up for Taco Monday.
We used to have Nacho Fridays.
Yeah, fucking pizza. When you get pizza, everybody got nuts.
It was. They did snow cones on Fridays, and they did.
I'm like,
Otis Spunker cookies. You're playing back again, by the way, John. See, this is why headsets are nice. It's gonna have to do that Morse code. I am U571. Destroy me.
like, oh yeah. Tape it on with the monkey wrench.
Yeah. If we are not successful, you need to ensure that none of us survive this. There you go. Movie of the day, U571. Not based on an actual incident, but loosely based on several incidents that were similar. For instance, I think it was U575. We shelled it. We hit it with depth charges. We hit it with hedgehogs, and we shot them with deck guns. And then they were in such a hurry to abandon ship that they forgot to open up all the scuttling valves, and they didn't set any of the explosive charges off. They jumped out of the ship so fast that a really clever captain pulled up, shut the valves off that were open, and disconnected the diesel engines to the electric motors. And while towing this captured U-boat, they took the Enigma machine, the code books, and because the diesel engines weren't attached to the electric motors anymore, as they were towing it, the propellers were windmilling, and it charged the batteries of the U-boat so they can run the bilge pumps, and they got all the water back out of it. And they had almost a perfectly intact U-boat. They captured it, and then they hid it from the Germans throughout the whole war. They took the crew and they sent them to New Orleans, where they played baseball, and they were kept in secret. So the Germans never knew that we got the Enigma or the code books. So something similar to U571 actually happened in like several instances, but that was the most famous one. And if I'm not mistaken, I think that might be the U-boat that's in Chicago now. Let me take a look, see if I can find it. I was looking it up the other day. I thought it was a fascinating story. As soon as I can get my machine to stop having autism. The U-505. That's what it is. It's the only captured German submarine ever. And it was the only time that the United States ever captured a ship since like the War of 1812. Which is pretty cool. Yeah, 505 was donated to the Museum of Industry in Chicago. It's actually in a covered dry dock thing. You can go visit it. It's a Type 9C. I think it's only one of two in existence that are still around. Oh, there's a name I didn't expect to see. What the fuck? So get this shit. Bitch McConnell, Republican, Kentucky, throws his support behind an unlikely proposal. Merrick Garland should replace director James Comey. Tell me
Oh, God.
this motherfucker is not a Democrat in disguise.
Yeah, those fucking rhino.
You know who Merrick Garland is?
Yeah, motherfucker from, fuck, I forgot.
He's the guy that Obama tried to get into the Supreme Court.
Yeah.
And now bitch McConnell wants to make him FBI director. Does he have his fucking mind?
Yeah, I was working. Fucking kick that motherfucker out of the cabinet.
You know, there's a statistic that a person dies of a stroke every 4 seconds. When's his turn? And George Soros and Hillary and Chuck Schumer. When's their fucking turn? Oh. Anyway. Yeah, my movie today will be U-571. It does have some guns in it. There's MP40s, there's Lugers, there's a couple of 1911s. I think there's a grease gun in there. Let me try to pull it up, I'll tell you.
There's the one we got on Long Beach, right next to the Queen Mary.
The Rising M55 is in there. That's a pretty rare one.
We just got a Soviet one. It got flooded, so they closed it in 2012.
Yeah, pretty good movie. Harvey Keitel had a really good part in it too. John Bon Jovi tried his skill at acting. Pretty neat. Movie's it's 17 years old this year. It's been around a while.
Yo, check out that link I just put up. That's the one that we got.
Oh, the Russian one that we got?
Testing. 1, 2, 3.
That's pretty good.
Booty itch. You're good. Yeah, so that's the one we got, but it was closed because they found flooding and shit.
Yeah, as of July, it's closed to the public.
Yeah, it's right next to the Queen Mary.
It's a pretty impressive boat, actually. 6 in the front, 4 in the back, all 21 inches. 3 to 5 days submerged. It's pretty good for its era. I mean, this was built in the 70s.
Testing, testing. 1, 2, 3.
It's fine.
You good? You good? Never
Oh,
mind.
thank
Never
God.
mind.
Make sure you're not doing the playback into the mic, though.
Oh no, I only have one output, one input activated right now.
I can hear myself through your speakers. It comes back twice as loud.
Son of a gun. All right, I'll mute myself.
Yeah, I need a new headset. I can hear that shit go, that little fucking gas rising them going on.
He just needs a headset. It fixes everything.
I need a new one.
Is that better?
Yes.
Okay, I was just trying to use a speaker to make everything louder because some of you are coming in really low, so I guess that didn't work.
Do I want to use the Rising M55 as the gun of the day? Yeah, let's do that. Let's do the M55 as gun of the day. 45 ACP submachine gun, wooden stock, wire collapsible, or sorry, wooden 4-end, wire collapsible stock, 45 ACP, 20 rounds of Brucka.
This is semi-full.
It's like 1940 Special Forces Brucka. And honestly, it looks like it just reminds me of a highly modified Thompson, basically.
Is that a full auto?
Mm-hmm. Yep, 20 round double stack.
Nice.
Uses a barrel just like a Thompson has.
Can you put a link up? Can you put a link up for it?
These were built in response to a shortage of Thompsons. The 55 version in the movie is the one with the folding stock, and the 50 is the one with the solid stock. Pretty cool. I have a fascination with U-boats too, so.
Oh, that's a decent little gun.
Yeah. Like there's only one Type 21 left in existence. It's awesome looking.
Is it in a museum?
Nope. I'm talking about a boat now. The Electroboot. Pretty sure there's only one left. Yeah, there's one preserved. Matter of fact, I think they scuttled it and then they pulled it out of the ocean years later and then restored it.
Oh, are you talking about the submarine knives put up?
No, the Wilhelm Bauer. Awesome looking thing. Let's see. There are 3 other wrecks known to exist. One of them's right off the coast of Key West, Florida. Let's see where these 2 are. All right, so I've done movie of the day, gun of the day, girl of the day. Girl of the day was a good one. I think that car of the day will be the, was it the M35 with the quad 50 in the back? M35A1 with the quad 50 in the back. That'll be the vehicle of the day.
Nice. Can we put it on that truck that we were talking about yesterday with the Russian vehicle?
The Execution Express.
Yeah, there you go.
Shit, I think that covered everything. See, now I just need access to askgunchannels.com so we can lie to people. I leave that segment for Jimmy because he has access to it and he knows where he left off. Open, thank you. I don't mind doing what I'm doing at work right now, but it is pretty mundane.
No, send me a ticket. I'll come and do it for you.
You don't want to do this. I'm just doing quality control on Blu-ray players.
I could do that.
It's boring.
Well, I wouldn't do it forever.
Like I have a Blu-ray disc of Breaking Bad, so I watch that to test the Blu-ray head or optic. And then I have a DVD copy of Madagascar. So I watch little bits of that. I have 239 more drives to go through.
That's a lot of Breaking Bad episodes.
I've got the first 4 seasons on one Blu-ray disc.
Nice. Hey, not the worst way to spend the day, right?
Yeah, but I mean, I don't watch them all the way through. I just basically hit the play button, and as long as it starts playing, then I can notice that it's reading, obviously. So let it run for like 5 seconds.
Oh, so you're not watching like a whole episode for every player?
No, just a couple of minutes. What's up, G?
Hey.
Made it to the early day. Do you like my vehicle of the day? It's not a van, but it's pretty cool anyway.
What is it?
The M35A1 deuce and a half with the quad 50 in the back.
Quad 50 in the back. What is that?
Oh yeah.
Oh, a 50 BMG.
Yeah, 4 of them.
I broke the engine block on the deuce and a half one time. I don't think I did it. I think it was going to break, and I just happened to be the one driving it. I don't think I was doing anything crazy or anything.
I broke a portal axle on one on a 5-ton. Just jumped it and landed on the top of a rock. Snapped it. My claim to heavy duty fame. So yeah, a Vietnam era truck, exactly. Folks getting NS8 up in here. Yeah, I can't wait to hear the minutes of the Erdogan meeting with President Trump today. That ought to be interesting.
What is that?
The president of Turkey met with Trump today at the White House.
I think you brought him like a bunch of canics in a box.
That's what I was thinking. Today we're going to announce that we're canceling the SIG contract, and we're going to be issuing Canic TP9s.
They're really pretty good. They're not bad.
I don't have anything bad to say against them except the country of origin that they come from.
Trump will start doing gun review videos. You'd be like, look, I'm going to put it in the mud. And then, see, it still works good. It's pretty good.
I'm going to shoot the gun.
My reviews are huge.
He's just going to commandeer Hickok's range. And be like, let's shoot the gun. It'll be great.
I wouldn't mind seeing that.
Trump at Hickok's place. I can see a parody of that right now. Have somebody dressed up like him. Or we'll just get fucking, what's his name to do it. He'll be like, yeah, I'm over at Hickok's range today. I've got this here Moab. We're going to hit the gong with it.
Did you see all the Mother's Day posts with the Moab?
Hmm?
Did you see how many Mother's Day posts there were with the Moab?
Yeah.
And that would be a Mother's Day present no mother could refuse.
Did you just assume the gender of that bomb? Oh, this is a good one. Damn it, that's the second time I've done that. Damage claim. Come here, you. Alright, let's see if I can do this again now. Correctly this time. It's probably one of my favorite ones. Right there. That there is a good one.
What does that do?
Want to see? No, the other one I saw over the weekend was Kanye West standing next to Caitlyn Jenner. And it said, "Love you, Mom." I was like, oh, very no. Sounds good. My shop's quiet. They're having like this Area 51 level meeting. It's pretty funny. It's like they don't turn on the AC system in the front of the shop unless they have someone coming over to visit. Guess which AC system my room uses? The front one. So it's like I'm actually comfortable today. Usually they don't turn it on. It's hot as balls up here. It's gotta be like an OSHA hazard, right? Maybe. Who was the featured character last night on Rockhound's Story? Anyone new?
I don't know if I would say any one character was the feature character.
Mm-hmm.
But I was waiting for to AC to ask Night Strike out after he got his junk blown off. But I don't think that happened. So yeah.
Tune in next week. Fucking allergy meds are wearing off.
AC Angry said he thinks AC got the most attention.
That might be the case.
Me? Moon, I'm going to ask him out, or AC is going to ask him out?
You gotta go buy the story.
I don't know. What would I get him if I asked him out?
Out of New York, possibly.
The 50 cal?
sort of worked.
Moon goes, AC, who's that? Really?
He's going to be the Gunchannels member of the day. Today we bring you the combat turn. It's a 180 with a gain in altitude, useful for changing course quickly to pursue an enemy plane. I wouldn't call that the quickest way to do it. I think I would turn with a drop in altitude to gain speed, but that's just me. Then again, Catalinas don't do combat turns, do they?
Yo, you want to get a Catalina?
Yeah.
I think back in the day they had them here in Long Beach.
Yeah, there's still a couple of them out there for like Forest Service and like more rural areas, but I found one that's in the Philippines for sale. It's in pretty rough shape though, and it had to be barged back to the States. This one's built in 1944. Currently registered restricted category. Twin 1700 horsepower engines. That's nice. Or 11,350 hours on the airframe. Yeah, 345,000. That's actually pretty reasonable asking price.
What was that airplane that was made out of wood? And that one crazy dude built it?
You're talking about Howard Hughes' Spruce Goose?
Yeah, they had it here. I never got to go see it.
Isn't it hanging off the ceiling of a museum now or something?
That's in Oregon, in the museum. Actually, it's way fucking big. It's way too big to be hanging and heavy.
Hey, Angry, take a look. There you go. Safe for work, I promise. Gonna have to paint it back to its original navy colors, though. No, you pasted it in the wrong place. Oh, you found it. Yes. You gotta paint it back to navy blue, though. I don't want no Tropicana painted colored fucking Catalina new. I was watching this video, I think it was yesterday, of it was like a 29-minute flight in the last running B-29, Fifi. I think it was out of California. That's a weird plane, man, because it's like the pilot and the co-pilot control the ailerons, the rudder, the elevators, and that's about it really. And there's an engineer that sits back to back with the co-pilot. He controls the engines, the mixtures, the props. It's got to be strange not to have full control of the plane like that. You have to rely on the guy behind you. It's pretty cool though. It makes a great noise. That plane makes a great noise.
Yeah, the one that really makes a great noise is the P-51 Mustang when it flies over with the superchargers on it.
Well, that makes a good noise too. My dad knew a guy who was a aircraft mechanic when the B-29 was in service, and he absolutely hated it. He was like, changing the fucking plugs on that is an all-day affair.
On the old airplanes, didn't they used to use shotgun shells to turn them on, to make them turn?
Yeah.
Hey,
Yeah,
did you watch that link last night?
That shit was hilarious, dude.
Oh, yeah.
224 spark plugs on a B-29.
Damn. It's like 2 days right there.
54 plugs per engine times 4 engines.
And that crew?
No, my dad's friend hated it. He was like, fuck that.
I might as well just take out the engine. Just put a new one in.
Well, a lot of them did actually. Like they would run a certain number of hours on there and just unbolt the whole thing and swap in another one. That was a neat engine. It was real easy to foul on startup. That's why he hated changing plugs, because every time you started it improperly, you'd foul all 56 plugs would be fucked up on that engine. Bit messy that. Oh wait, this is already done. On to the next one.
Yeah, which one is like the Catalina, but it's more for passengers?
It's not built for comfort. It's definitely not built for speed. But it'll do what we need it to do.
No, there's one like a Catalina, but it's built for passengers and stuff like that.
I think the child would ever hide things on smartphones.
The Albatross, the Widgeon. Those are more passengers, more comforting to passengers. And then Raphael was telling me about the Sunderland. He's got a Sunderland in his area. That was a passenger one. That's huge though.
You had like a medium-sized one.
Yeah, the Grumman Widgeon was actually kind of nice. It was like a amphibious executive plane.
Take that motherfucker to Catalina.
I just like the idea about on a Catalina you can open in flight. You can open the side windows, and you can open the sunroofs. It's got both, so you can have like the entire canopy open basically while you're flying. Like a buddy of mine took a video. He was flying second seat. He's like, watch this. And he pulled the cigar out of his mouth and the sunroof was open. And he flipped it up and it got caught in the propeller. Because the propeller is like right over your head. So he just threw it up in the air out of the window. Right through the propeller.
Waste of cigar.
No, you can get away with a truck. With mat tracks on it or something. That'd be cool. Not surprisingly, you see a lot of Super Duty Fords and a lot of CJ5s and shit up there in various states of decay.
Oh crap, Matt's alive.
We solved the world's problems while I was out mowing.
You can come to my yard next if you're bored.
Shit, I gotta go to work in an hour and a half.
Work? What's that?
Right? Like I was telling someone at my work the other day, I was like, I don't think I've been scheduled to close in about 5 years. I always work mornings or middays.
You've been sentenced to 8 hours at the employment penitentiary.
Yeah. What's like our higher ups are coming on Thursday, so they need someone reliably to show up and get shit done, I guess.
Let's see. Social justice warrior again.
Yeah, right.
I'll show him.
Oh crap, we got a nice truck up in here.
Hey, Night Strike.
It's the afternoon strike.
He's missed me.
After nap strike.
After nap strike.
No, I wasn't napping. I was out.
Lunch channels, nap channels, and
It's also dessert channels when we're talking about cake or chocolate.
It's a weak quiz.
And then there's also quiz channels where Sean decides to start quizzing people on World War II slang.
afternoon stroke.
And then there's early watch channels.
See, there's senile channels when Bob gets on.
Whoa, hold! It's not just Bob. There's also Dano too.
Health channels.
Yeah, that right there. Health channels.
We also have we waste your money on gun channels.
Yeah,
I ain't touching that one.
You know, spend your money channels. That's what it was.
Spend your money channels.com.
Hey, you go touch that one.
So yeah, I've actually got topics for
you're
randomness tonight. Figure that out.
Man, you
I got
finally
one more.
get topics. Tonight I gotta work.
I got one more.
Give me a private message with the topic so I know what you're prepared for.
I'll just tell you 5 minutes before, just like always.
Oh, well, that works too. Well, if you do the offline chat like we did last time, where we had an hour and a half to discuss everything to death before the show started.
So we actually know what the hell we're talking about, you know?
That is true.
Well, I always like to start a bit early just because the factor that, well, I just start the chat up early, not particularly go live, just because the factor that it's easier for me to process everything. And, you know, if you guys talking about it, it helps me formulate how I'm going to run the show, more or less. Get those synapses working, you know?
And which show is that?
You know, hit or miss, Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock Eastern, 8 o'clock Central.
I thought it started at 8 Eastern. Oops.
9 Eastern, 8 Central, 6 Pacific. You, you translate from Mountain. I don't care.
It's not Pacific. It's specific.
Specific? Oh, well, it's specific.
There you go.
There we go.
Well,
I'm not from California, so I don't understand that.
Yeah, we're kind of fucking slow over here. That's why there's a lot of more charter schools popping up everywhere.
Yeah. Right. But yeah, actually, I also got a couple questions for tonight too, and apparently one is directed towards Heavy B about California.
That you're going to talk about like the ideal grain weight for a 40 mile.
Oh shit, that chat. Yeah,
No.
you gotta read DBA for that one.
I caught the whatchamacallit, the match chat last night. I was unable to jump in because I was having I wasn't having connection issues. I was having computer issues.
Another victim of the encryption attack.
Nah, hard drive failure.
All right, so yeah, I had that happen Friday. I'm still recovering from it slowly.
Oh, what it ended up being was it's just a bad hard drive, so I just swapped it out with another 1 terabyte I had lying around. So problem solved.
Man, this quiz sucks. This is too easy.
Shouldn't you be assembling clocks or computers or something?
No, I finished my whole week yesterday. I literally finished the whole week's list yesterday.
So then you have to do returns all day.
Nope. I'm doing QC work, watching Madagascar on DVD players.
Wow.
All right, so this is going to come off as a bit easy for you guys. So we will play military firearms trivia. How about that?
Oh
How about that? How about that?
Oh boy.
I can't
Cash
wait.
me outside. All right. So
Parking lot channels.
We're going to start with some easy ones because they're all easy. Ready?
No.
Who created the M16?
Eugene Stoner. Armalite.
That Stoner dude.
Yeah. Number
A
two.
division of Fairchild Industries or something like that.
Number two. What was the name given to the M1 Garand conversion that has an external magazine?
BM-59.
Yes, very good. Number three. Which shotgun was used in the later stages of World War II?
Was it the Ithaca?
Stevens?
Model.
Oh shit! I don't know.
Thing is, the United States military used a shit ton of different models of shotguns throughout World War One, Two, and Vietnam. What do you mean I'm halfway there?
Matt's halfway there, by the way.
Matt, what'd you say?
The Ithaca? Was it the Ithaca 12?
That was probably the 37.
I feel like 37 is kind of modern, like post-war. But I could be wrong.
No, I think it's the Ithaca Model 37.
It is the 37.
Mm.
Give me just a sec. I'm almost done.
So I got that one right.
Sound like a stripper.
Yeah, one of those Incan strippers from Mexico.
Now, admittedly, I got this one wrong. All right, now which shotgun was commonly used by the military in the 2000s?
Is it the Benelli M4?
Nope. See, that's what I thought it was too. Actually, I used the military designation, the 1014, but that's not it. I got it wrong. I was so sure it was that too.
870?
Nope.
Is it the Ithaca again?
Nope.
Mossberg 500.
Yes.
Damn it, I had one of those.
I was gonna say the 590.
It is 500 or the 590A1.
500 was the worst piece of shit I ever bought.
Should have got a Maverick 88.
The Benelli was considered usable by special units, not just the regular ones.
Dude, it was $150. It was on sale on fucking Big Five.
Well, the Benellis are like $1,800, so I guess that makes sense.
I'm poor.
This may be easy. I don't know.
Wait,
What
Knives,
is
you got a shotgun?
I had a shotgun. It was a boss for a piece of shit, 500. I bought it for $175 or 50 and shit. It was on sale.
Why'd you get rid of it?
Needed some cash.
Yeah, see, Angry got that one too.
You need to cut down on that chocolate abuse.
I know, right?
Sorry, man. I gotta snort it.
All right.
All right. Next one. What is the Israeli version of the AK-47?
The glow.
Wheel.
All right. Ooh, I got this one, and only 19% of the people who answered it got it right. How many companies in America produce the M1 carbine?
Ooh, is it 7?
8.
I thought it was 6, but
No.
we're just all throwing out numbers now.
5?
Nope.
A couple of them.
7, 9, 12. I don't know. I thought it was 6.
Yeah, I've got one. It's got like 8 different parts on there from different companies.
Are we talking commercial or are we talking military contractors?
Military use.
There's Winchester, IBM, Rockola,
No,
Postal
okay.
Produced. Past tense, because they're not. We're talking about during wartime production. So.
I'm gonna say 10.
Nope.
13.
Yes.
I'm just guessing a number.
Jackass.
I even lied about it. I was just guessing a number. We guessed everything else between 1 to there, so I figured.
Yeah, I got one. Which shotgun? Nah, fuck.
In Vietnam, the U.S.
What?
used the M14 before
Hold
the
on.
M16, and the military is still using the M14 without selective fire. It's still called the M14, but it also has a new name. What was the new name?
Is it something DMR?
No.
It's the M21.
No.
So how would win this?
Or are they using the SOCOM 16?
Nope.
Well, then that's wrong because I just listed 2 variations of the M14 right there.
Right, but you're trying too hard for the answer. It's the easiest of the answers.
M1A.
Yes. I think that's kind of a trick question.
Because the M21 is still used in the United States, and it's basically a sniper variant of the 14.
Right, it's the sharpshooter variant of the 14.
And then the SOCOM 16, they use that in Iraq.
Right, but we're talking about Vietnam era. See, I threw that in there as a monkey wrench. All right.
What shotgun did they ban from California?
Name the company that produces the light machine gun known as the M249 SAW.
FN.
FN.
Fabrique Nationale.
Fabrique.
All right, I'm not doing the last 2 because they're just way too easy.
No, you got to do them. You got to do them.
Fine, I'm going to combine the question then.
No, do one at a time. Come on.
It's going to be so easy. You said you're going to
Well,
say
it doesn't matter. Even if they are easy, come on.
All right. Name the round used in the AK-47.
7.62 by 39.
Name the man who invented it.
Clash.
Kalashnikov. Mikhail Kalashnikov.
What was his occupation?
He was a tank mechanic or driver, wasn't he?
Engineer, yeah.
Engineer.
See, I told you, most of these were too easy.
Even if they're easy, you still have to say them because otherwise,
It was listed as hard, and I'm like, there's just no way.
Scannell wants the link if y'all can post one.
See, the thing is, it was listed as hard for people that don't know guns.
This is true.
So this may have been a test for liberals.
That's it's a California test.
It's a California test. There you go.
What the fuck? Hey, I got one.
Getting pissed off.
I got one. Shit. What shotgun was banned in California?
All of them?
All of them?
The AA-12.
Street sweeper?
Anything
Oh.
fun? I mean,
Talking about
No.
Cobra.
No.
We have a Dano.
hey, Dano.
I'll
Okay.
give you a hint. It's French.
Wait.
Spas?
There you go.
That's not French. That's Italian.
Fuck, I forgot shit. Same fucking people. Shit. They all look the same.
No, they aren't,
No,
you
they're
asshole.
not.
That's
I don't
like
give a fuck.
that's like saying the Mexicans are the same type of people like the fucking Portuguese.
No, no. The French and the Italians are not. No.
They look the same.
I'm just saying.
Saying. I'm just
That's-
saying.
No, you are not just saying. You're a fucking asshole. Is what you are.
Fuck you, Nice Strike.
Fuck you, Knives. Go back to Mexico. Jump right over that wall.
Little
Fuck
jelly in
yourself,
there,
Mike.
hemorrhoid, don't we?
Oh, we're gonna pull another 40 cal debate here.
Yeah.
Oh yeah,
Nah.
fucking hemorrhoid liquor.
It was hilarious.
Yikes.
Like I almost fell over from lack of oxygen laughing at that last night.
Yeah, that shit was good.
My
Uh,
dad came in and he was like, "Are you arguing with somebody?" I was like, "No, you have to listen to this."
What'd he say?
He was like, "Yeah, that was worth staying up for."
What did I miss?
Trivia.
trivia.
40 cal versus 9 mil.
I can do another one, but there's a couple of easy ones in this one too.
It doesn't matter. Go ahead.
All right. John C. Garand, creator of the M1, was originally from what country?
Canada.
Canada.
Yay!
There you go.
The M1 carbine was created by which company?
Winchester.
Yay! The AK-74 assault rifle is chambered in what cartridge?
545 by 39.
Yes. All right. The M1 Garand is chambered in what cartridge? I want the
30
metric numbers.
3006
metric
Springfield. Oh, you make us for the metric? Oh.
Caliber M1 30-06.
308. What are you talking about?
No, he wants the destination. It's 762 by 63.
Oh,
It's not that I wanted it. It's just that's the way they listed it.
isn't it by 51?
No,
No.
30-06 is 762 by 63. 308 is 762 by 51.
Okay.
See, I fell for that too. I put 51. It was wrong.
No, because
All right.
it's longer. That's why.
Which country adopted the FAMAS as their basic firearm in
France.
the military
France.
in 1978? Which pistol replaced the Luger P08 as the standard German sidearm?
P38. Walther.
Yeah.
All right, this is another metric numbers question. The MP44, also known as the German Sturmgewehr 44, is chambered for what cartridge?
It's 7.92 by 33 millimeter.
Yes.
Kurz.
Hers.
All right.
As in Captain Kurtz.
That's
Boldly
bad.
go where never guns gone before.
Oh wow, that is awful.
Yeah, it's not as good as my Jesse Ventura / Alex Jones conspiracy voice.
Hey, Alex Jones is a goddamn patriot.
Go on, boys!
If you worship the almighty hamburger.
Hey, I do worship the almighty hamburger because I love hamburgers.
I eat red meat because I'm a patriot!
All right. Name the World War II variant of the Thompson submachine gun.
Of the M1A1.
Grease gun.
Y'all want to try that again?
You want the
Thompson
military
M1.
Is it the M1928A1?
Yes.
There's some hope for my CZ, guys.
Oh god.
Did you get a call?
No. One in Jersey, right? I spotted one in Jersey, and now this guy is getting his FDE one next week. So they were supposed to be on the third shipment. So I'm guessing that's the third shipment.
Ooh,
So it looks like any day now, guys.
finally.
And then I'll shut up.
Are you going to be acquiring or selling?
I don't think he's gonna shut up.
He's going to dump the APX.
Yeah, he is.
I'm going to keep
Greener
that
pasture.
at least until next year to get the compact.
At least until next year. All this for, I'll keep it for 9 months.
No, I was talking about the Beretta.
All right, this is sort of a trick question. International Harvester produced M1 Garand during World War II. True or false?
True.
True.
You guys are all wrong.
Absolutely true.
False.
False. Korea.
Korea.
We're all bad.
I know Z has some International Harvester parts on his tanker.
Harvester made some brands.
They did, but they didn't make it in World War II. They were awarded a contract, but they didn't start producing until the Korean War.
You and your, I would just tear you apart on the Daily Show.
You wouldn't accept some of my answers. You were like, nope, not specific enough. I'm like, God damn it.
Yeah, I sent Dano, I think, 8 quiz questions. Haven't heard any of them yet.
That's good.
Dano, it's all your fault.
I can honestly say that I have used virtually every, with the exception of questions that are still in the on-deck circle waiting to be picked, read questions by you numerous times. I don't know if you're not there when I'm doing it or what, but I have. Because I always put next to the question or before the question in the cell, it'll be sent in by blank.
That must have been a week I wasn't listening. Because I would remember the questions I wrote down.
And I also do that so hopefully the person doesn't answer the question accidentally, instantaneously.
Because I got a pretty tricky Glock one, but I don't want to say it in case you haven't used it yet.
Well, let me go take a little peek, see if I have a Glock question, and then they'll tell me maybe you can. If I don't have it, then I would say just resend the email.
See,
Imagine like one of them big packs like what Santa Claus carries around, except it's full of tactical pop quiz questions. Dano's sneaking a peek into that sack right now.
Yep. I do not see any questions here on Glocks, so I'm going to say I either didn't see the email or somehow it didn't get here.
Pretty sure it's sent because it says on my computer it's sent.
If you could do me a favor and just do a reply to or forward to and just forward it to the same address.
Squibby.
Hey, can you hear me?
Now we can.
Okay.
So, do you? I think you do what my grandfather used to do for a living. Auto upholstery, right?
The company I work for does car seats and interior pieces and things like that, but it's not a repair shop. It's the place I work at is like the technical center with engineers and whatnot, but we do have a shop where we can make stuff, custom stuff, prototype stuff like that. We've got factories all over the place.
My granddad used to say he was just an auto upholsterer. What he didn't tell you was he was an auto upholsterer for the mob.
So Jimmy Hoffa's body's sewed up and still in one seat somewhere?
Nah, we're talking like the 20s, 30s, most of the 40s.
Yeah. I don't do any of the stuff that they do in the trim shop where they sew up the leather or the cloth, or they skive the foam to make it fit the seat frame or any of that stuff. I fix all the stuff that they break.
This is an amazing article, guys.
Is it huge?
25 celebrities and their Russian doppelganger counterparts.
Huh.
And the Russians got their hands in everything now.
They have a Bruce Willis. They have a Barack Obama. Chuck Norris.
Whoa.
Harrison Ford.
I have to dispute the Chuck
Anthony
Norris.
Hopkins' grandmother clone.
Who would clone it?
Echo.
Like, could Chuck Norris even be cloned?
If he could, that would be a good thing.
Is that echo coming from Squibb or somebody else?
Squibby.
All right, I'll mute.
There we go.
Oh my god, that has to be a Photoshop.
I realize there's 10 people in an afternoon chat.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it's pretty good.
It's because I started doing this quiz thing, and now people all want to play.
Yeah.
Got to keep the mind sharp.
Oh, wow. Well, I already know what this one is. All right, I'll give you another set. Give me a sec.
Uh-oh.
Make sure I got how many of these right. Oh, wow. I didn't. Okay. I got 3 wrong.
You missed a couple.
Say, I've got one while we're waiting. What was the first appearance of Glock in U.S. media? Like what show or movie?
Die Hard, wasn't it?
Soldier of Fortune.
No, it was Red.
Die Hard.
something.
Red Dawn?
No, it was Red. What the fuck? It Arnold Schwarzenegger and James Belushi movie.
See,
Red
I thought
Heat.
that too.
Red Heat.
But you know, IDB, whatever the gun one was, they say it's Miami Vice was the first appearance of Glock.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, no. Could be, but I don't think so.
It was The Fugitive.
No.
No, they said it was a Miami Vice episode. And they were like, it's a Glock 17, and they were like, this is probably the first appearance in U.S. media, movie or television of a Glock.
They say what episode? I have the box set.
Let me see if I can find it real quick.
That's funny that Moon would have the box set.
Hey man, Miami Vice is an awesome show.
Yeah, the first season is like a 12-hour long awesome movie.
You know what's really funny about that is they can't find a person that buys the Testarossa from the TV show that wants to keep it for more than like 3 months. It's been resold like 10 times in the last 2 years.
It says a Glock 17 is carried by Cuban Rebel in Cuba Libre, Season 3, Episode 14. This episode first aired in the U.S. on January 23rd, 1987, making it one of the first films or television series to feature a Glock pistol in media. And then when you click on the Glock 17 and you go to television, let me scroll down because there's goddamn so many. Television. It's got Miami Vice listed. It says first use of a Glock in U.S. media.
Was there any mention that it cost more than you make in a month?
No.
Back then?
No, because that was a Glock 9.
Yeah, it's different.
The Glock 17 was released, what, 82?
I think in Austria it was 82, maybe. I don't think they started importing them here till 85 or 6, maybe.
I think they started making them in 82.
I thought, yeah, so that sounds about right.
Yeah, because, I mean, the original Austrian designation was the P80.
Yes. And, you know, Austria contracted Glock to make them because they were looking for something to replace the P38s.
Yeah.
Stand by. I'm sorting out browser issues before I start the next set of questions.
G-Webs is getting impatient. Watch out.
Tell story. Tell story. Grimlock, put that noodle down. All right. What is the Marine Corps calling the modern day version of the M14 used with an upgraded optic?
The M21?
Nope.
It's not like the obvious M1A, is it?
They said upgraded optic. I think it's the M24, isn't it?
Nope. Is it like the weird like Mark II E dash something?
No, this has a very generic name.
The M25?
You're going
DMR?
into- yes. Yes. I know it's a real generic thing. Like I went for the M1A SOCOM, and it was wrong. I was like, damn.
Well, you got me.
All right. The M24 rifle is a modified version of what?
Is it a Remington 700?
Yes. All right. What is the other known name of the Barrett M82A1?
Ass kicker.
It's also known as the best damn door opener you'll ever need.
I thought that's what the shockwave was.
Zach
Can you open a door? Can you open a door at 1,000 meters with a shockwave?
Sean, is it the Light 50?
Nope.
The M107?
Yes.
Because those are the only two names I know by.
That was it. Okay. This is a dumb one. All right, true or false? So you have 50% chance of getting this right. The IMI Desert Eagle is chambered for 45 ACP.
False.
False.
Can you name 4 calibers it is chambered in?
357 Magnum, 44 Magnum, 50 AE, and
It's the last one that gets everybody.
I only thought it was chambered in 3, honestly.
It's
454 Casull.
I wish.
440 Corbon?
38 Special.
But now that I know that it is chambered in this, I want it.
Smith & Wesson 500.
No.
Oh, you got me.
I'm going to give Angry a chance to get that one.
41 Magnum.
Yes.
Actually, it's in more calibers than just that.
Is it?
Yeah, because I did actually looked it up. It's in 50 Action Express, 44 Magnum, 357 Magnum, 440 Corbon, which is why I said that.
Okay.
It's also in 41 Magnum and 357/44 Bain and Davis.
What?
That's a real wildcat one.
Yeah, granted, it's listed as a prototype, so it was a prototype done when they designed it, I guess.
I guess these guys were looking for the commercial answers.
Let me tell you about this new caliber.
Right. Okay. Which Smith & Wesson handgun was criticized for looking almost identical to a Glock?
The Sigma.
Yeah.
In fact, I think it's a copy of the Sigma Glock.
Yeah. Tony would have jumped on that one. Okay.
Well, he's napping, so you snooze, you lose.
My grandfather used to say that all the time.
Which handgun is said to have to hell and back reliability?
Colt 45?
That's a drink.
1911?
No.
The pacemaker?
Sig?
Yes. Do you have a specific model you can use?
The P220? 220?
You were going the right way the first time.
Oh, 226?
Yeah.
Well,
I could tell you were about to spit that out.
Yeah, well, I was trying to think. I was like, well, the 226 is based on the 220, and the 220 came first, so.
All right. During the Vietnam era, what subgun was created for U.S. Navy SEALs?
Oh, the Smith & Wesson M76?
Yes.
Yeah.
It's a copy of the Gustav or whatever.
It didn't take off too well either.
No, I think that failed on its face.
Yeah.
What's the alternate name for the M1 carbine used by paratroopers during World War II?
A1 paratrooper?
Close enough. All right. This is for G. He's going to be all over this. Name the light machine gun variation of the AK-47. Wow, I didn't know you guys were going to get stuck on that.
The RPK.
No, I want the name, man.
God damn it!
Kidding. You're fine. You're fine.
Well, I don't want to say anything for G-Webs.
All right.
If you want the name, here is my bastardized Russian. Okay, it's the Rochnoy Pulmiat Kalashnikova.
Good enough.
There you go.
Extra credit for doing it. All right.
Coming
This is probably the hardest one out of the whole list. Name the South Korean version of the M249 saw.
Ooh.
Don't know, don't care.
The K3?
Yeah. Who makes it, though?
Daewoo?
Daewoo.
Yep.
Well, I was thinking, I was like, they got a K1 and a K2. Let's just go with K3.
Daewoo makes most of the... Even though the Daewoo company is actually out of business, another company bought the military division and is still making them for the South Korean military. So,
Daewoo is the Springfield Armory of South Korea.
Yeah, they're Spring Shield.
yeah, the Springfield Armory Incorporated.
Man, I think this is broken. Yep. So I did get a bad one. All right. Let's see if I can get you another one. I take them before I give them. That way I can see how difficult they are. If they're way too easy, I'm not doing it.
Is this from a thing, or are you just finding these, or what?
You just finding tests.
I found like a gigantic database of trivias.
Okay, so then is that one about the light machine gun version of the AK?
Yeah.
Doesn't that imply it came after the AK?
No. The light machine gun variation of the AK.
Yeah, but to be a variation of the AK, doesn't the AK have to exist? Otherwise, the AK is a semi-automatic version of it.
They were looking for the RPK.
And they weren't looking for the RPD.
RPD. Wait, no, RPK. Yeah, they were looking for RPK.
No, I wouldn't call that a light machine gun version of the AK.
I'm going through these to make sure if they're too easy or too hard or whatever.
Is that a paper or a link or what?
It's a link. I'll send it to you later if you want to use them for the show too.
Oh, nice. I don't want to work them all. I'm gonna start doing the tactical quiz on Saturdays.
Does that mean you're going to do it every Saturday now?
Like a whole show of it?
A whole half an hour show of it, yeah.
Sweet.
Oh, the game show idea.
Yeah, with like fabulous prizes and whatnot, so I could use something like that to cheat off of.
This is going to be good.
This Sith Rich murder laptop news is getting plastered all over the place today, huh? Read any of it?
What?
The DNC guy that was murdered.
Oh, yeah.
Robbed, but nobody took any of his belongings.
Talking to WikiLeaks.
Yeah.
What did he do to Hillary then?
He had incriminating evidence that he was going to give to WikiLeaks to put out to the world.
He already did. He had 44,000 sent to WikiLeaks from his laptop. 44,000 emails. I guess that counts for like all of that Russian DNC dump.
Are you talking about the boyfriend of the black woman?
No.
No.
Anthony Weiner?
No, Hillary sent those. This guy, I think he's the one that sent all the really embarrassing DNC emails to WikiLeaks. Not Hillary's emails.
Yeah, these were like the Desta emails.
Yeah, these were the emails like, wow, Hillary really smells bad. Hey, how can we fuck over Bernie Sanders? Let's just mention that he's Jewish.
Yeah.
So the guy that sent these emails from the WikiLeaks is dead now.
Yeah,
Well, yeah,
someone
he-
shot him in an armed
died in-
robbery, but didn't take anything.
He died 12 days before WikiLeaks dropped all the emails. He was shot. He was shot twice in the back in a
It was a long
robbery, in air quotes, where they didn't take anything but his life.
But this is a long time ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. You don't know if they raped him or not, so.
They could have.
I don't think they did.
They could have took his virginity, his butt.
I kind of think it was the ultimate version of exactly that.
Oh wow, wow, guys, get this. Apparently, Mitch McConnell just went and recommended to Trump Merrick Garland for FBI.
Old news.
Yeah, that's gonna happen.
That's why we call him Bitch McConnell.
I always call him Howdy
I
Doody
just
Face.
saw it a second ago, so.
It hit my feet a little while ago. Ooh, that's good.
Although, in a sense, it is a good idea because you get him off the bench, get him in there, and then Trump could fire him, and then he could appoint another director and put somebody on the bench. So, I mean, go for it. I mean, I don't give a shit.
Secretly, I'm a very smart person. I got this under control.
That'd be hilarious, wouldn't it?
And then on the way out, somebody
Just to troll the Democrats.
on the way out, somebody says, "Suck."
Yeah, because the Democrats can't stop him from being appointed because they were all for him for the Supreme Court. So you can't say now, well, no, he's not qualified. Well, wait a minute. So they'd have to approve him, and then Trump could fire him 2-3 days later and get 2 appointments.
Guys,
I'm going to get NSA out of here in a minute.
Did you hear about what Arsenal said today?
Arsenal is in the AK company?
Yes.
No.
Soccer team.
They're temporarily halting their SLR 104FR rifle production.
Because the military needs them again, right?
I guess.
That's what they've done it before.
Is this last Thursday or is this today?
This today.
Today.
Is that the Bulgarian or the Russian model?
That's the 545 model.
Okay.
We also recognize it by the name, the model nobody gives a shit about.
Wow, Dano, harsh. I don't like it. I don't like the look of it because they put Picatinny rails on both the handguards. I'm not a fan.
You got to remember that Dano's hardened now. He's all trained up. You're shit anymore.
Thanos, he's institutionalized.
Dano's finally getting that backbone after, leaving Illinois for a while.
If you could see all 12 of my abs, you would be impressed.
I just got one big ab. I'm fine with that.
Oh, shit. You guys already talked about Illinois, right?
I don't think we talk about Illinois enough.
My local gun store, who I spoke to today, said if it passes, it's very simple. I'm going to Tennessee.
Yeah, apparently I got good news and bad news. The good news is
you can move with him to Tennessee.
the good news is, Daniel, you maybe want to be moving soon. The bad news is that that bill just got out of the Illinois House Committee on a 7-6 vote. It now goes to the House floor.
Oh, that's fine. I mean, all that matters. I mean, this type of bill has come up at least 3 other times. Not exactly this bill, but this type of bill in general. All that matters is, does it get signed into law or not? Now, a lot of people are voting yes for political reasons, so that they can look all nice and liberally. Some people just simply don't give a shit, so they vote yes for political reasons to get future favors. And some people vote yes simply because they don't know what it's about. They don't really care. Freedom is not a part of their life, so who gives a shit?
Liberally. You know why they vote yes? Is because they don't have a reason to vote no. So, isn't it everybody here that can go make a phone call? There's a post on Rock Island Armory. I'm reposting it right now. That gives you a couple of steps to, as a non-resident, what to do.
All right, guys, I gotta head to work. Y'all enjoy the rest of your day.
I mean, I gave out the phone number last week to call, and you don't have to be a resident to call and leave a message for the governor's office.
Yeah, there's more. Hold on, let me finish posting this, and I'll read you some other shit that.
Okay.
Armory. Not Rock Island Armory, Rock Island Auction. So I don't know why they're getting so involved, unless they somehow have roots to Illinois or they just care that much.
Well, I assume it is their namesake, the Armory, after the auction company.
They're like, we want people to confuse us with the other rock company that sold them out. The Rock River. We're the Rock Island.
We're those guys in the Philippines.
Anyway, this other one is, they say, click on this link, fill out section 1 and section 2, enter self, myself, or your organization if you represent one. They make a note not to say you represent the NRA. Then in section 3, you select opponent. And then in section 4, you click record of appearance only. And then you click submit. And as you do not need to be an Illinois resident.
Yeah, you just go to the NRA-ILA site and it's under call to action.
How about fuck the NRA ILA? This is at the Illinois website itself.
Okay, well, as long as you do something and get off your hands, you've done something.
Dano, are you at Helga's?
Yes, I am. And that's an example of what we were talking about the other day about doing nothing versus doing something.
Oh,
in regard.
Are you like doing reloads and doing dry practice while you're there now?
No, I'm at the treadmill.
I know, that's what I'm saying. Are you doing all that on the treadmill now that you're hardened up?
Yeah, I'm walking and reloading at the same time.
Topping off while walking.
He's envisioning walking to cover.
Fresh off.
Does Helga's
Yes.
have one of those treadmills that give you like a display of terrain and it'll actually raise and lower automatically to kind of stress you out?
It does have a couple of those, yes. I don't use them.
Those are workouts, man.
I'm a steady pace wins the race kind of guy. Just give me one pace I can do straight through. I mean, I adjust it manually. I start off slow, go up to my top speed, and then I slow it down for the last 5 minutes.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Knives, are you trying to sell my Catalina to somebody else? Is he still in here? I'm going to have to make a phone call to ICE because he's trying to sell my Catalina to somebody else.
Knives left.
I know, but he's posting links in the chat.
Oh.
I sell my plane.
They just changed Instagram. Tons of bitches.
Yeah, it was like shut down for me. I couldn't even log on.
They just stole something. They stole something. I can't figure out what it is. Oh, some of the picture one. One of the picture ones.
One of the filters?
No, from like you can post it, you can repost it to Facebook, Twitter, Tumblr, some bullshit, some other bullshit, and some other bullshit, and they stole one of the picture ones. I forgot what the name of it is now because I don't use it for us. Tumblr. No, we got Tumblr in here. So what is it? Facebook, Snapchat? Twitter, and Tumblr.
Let me see.
There was something else that I was posting to.
Snapchat?
No.
Swarm?
Is that what they removed?
They have I see a swarm here, but it's like not bold like the other ones. It's kind of grayed out.
I think they just
Facebook,
added
Twitter, Tumblr, Flickr.
Flickr. They took Flickr.
Swarm. I don't see what they did, but I couldn't even get in there like 10 minutes ago.
They took Flickr. How do we get Gunchannels up in there?
Gotta call them up. Gotta email them.
Oh, you know what?
Mr. Instagram?
Speaking of that, you know, on YouTube, when you get 100,000 subs, they send you one of these little buttons. I thought they just sent you that fucking button, but it turns out you need to respond to an email, and I never checked that email address, so I found out about it. I went back and looked, and back in 2014, sure enough, there's that fucking email I never responded to.
Did you respond to it?
I don't know. There's no one to respond to it.
You must not have been using Gmail at the time, otherwise it would have deleted it by the now.
No, it's just on an account that I have many accounts. I just wasn't following it.
Oh, I imagine you're like the magician of email accounts and identities.
So I know I wasn't the only one that wondered why you were not the only, why you never got your button.
Yeah.
I don't think Yankee ever showed his off if he did get it.
Well, he probably does the same thing because I was using an email account or two or three, and then got that YouTube on some stupid other one, and I really check it ever because it's full of like garbage nonsense most of the time. Like no reason to check it.
I only knew about it from a Smarter Every Day, I think. Got one. And then Matt V 20 whatever showed his.
Yo, dudes. That guy.
Damn it, it's weird that I don't have my other things here. I guess I might not even have been using them.
What does the button? Is it just like a badge, or is it an actual button that does something?
Talking about what they stole from us on Instagram. It's one of the share buttons down below.
Now the YouTube button that you get for 100,000 subscribers, it's like a trophy.
Oh, you're talking about that little like award thing.
It's like having a gold record on the wall when you're like a recording artist or whatever. And
the silver TV or the gold TV, right?
Well, it's that little button.
Little play button thing. Yeah.
Button. It's silver.
I got one. I got one that looks like coal ash.
Kalashnikov?
No, ash like out of a coal power generator plant. You know what they get out of it when they clean it.
That soft, fluffy white powder.
It would have been better if it was Kalashnikov.
White powder. That's what it is.
I got one that's made out of like the fake poop that you leave on the floor. You're like, oh look, the dog crapped, and then I go to pick it up and it's fake. Haha, tricked you. That's what my play button looks like. The one they sent me.
Holy shit. So they have a silver play button, a gold play button, and a diamond play button.
When do you get the diamond one?
10 million subscribers.
Has anybody ever gotten that? Yeah, I don't think anybody's ever gotten that.
1 million, isn't it? Or is that what gold is? 1 million?
Yeah. PewDiePie got a Ruby trophy for 50 million.
Holy shit. And they demonetized that guy for like being a Nazi when he wasn't even being a Nazi. Made a big deal about it and everything because he had like satire. Is it? Do you have to have it like taught to you how to understand satire, or is it something that you just know or have to like instinctually?
You know?
Well, this is the reason why there's so many people that don't understand satire. It's ridiculous.
They get all upset about things.
Yeah.
It's not referenced in the creator's award page, and it is unknown if it will ever be given out to any other YouTuber who surpasses the milestone in the future. So he basically got a one-off.
Yeah, but YouTube overfucked them later on.
Yeah. Him and everybody else. Yeah, I was watching this dude that did like game reviews, and he even made it onto like AMC's commercials every once in a while, right? And it's like, I guess he made the big time for a little while because he bought himself a brand new BMW M4, and it happened literally like a month before the mass demonetization began, when all the sponsors pulled out. And it's like, lately you don't see the car anymore. It's as if he must have turned it in because he couldn't make the payments on it anymore. Oops.
What was his channel? I mean, what was it? What was he doing on his channel?
I like video game reviews and stuff.
Huh.
But I remember he was showing off his BMW, and then like a month later, all the sponsors left. Like, buy within your means. Yeah, I wasn't kidding about that Chamber of Commerce thing earlier. Like, everybody from the corporate bank that my boss works through showed up. Like, everybody was here. My whole parking lot was full of people, and he had like a stack of business cards in his hand because all of them showed up.
I don't know why Google doesn't pull all the stuff at those companies, like hold their information hostage. People have to go to like Yahoo.
This is basically like
some other browser.
The dark times of you can actually compare what's going on with YouTube monetization with like the U-boat campaign of World War II. It was happy times for a couple of years, and now all of a sudden it's like dark times. Nobody getting paid. Like 22 Plinkster did a video the other day, and it was like 90% of his monetization income is gone. But it's not his day job, so he's not really that bothered.
Doesn't he have sponsors?
Yeah, I think so.
Well, wouldn't sponsors pay more than monetization?
That I couldn't tell you. I think he just gets like some ammo.
A sponsor can be as little as a little bit of product, or just literally, I mean, a few bucks, period. I mean, obviously it can scale up, but it doesn't necessarily mean it's much. Just because somebody has a couple of sponsors.
Well, he walked away from a job that he was at for a long time that offers a pension. So he must have been getting a lot of money, and I can't believe YouTube would be enough to do that.
He was a cable installer, or a home security system.
Yes.
ADT.
ADT.
ADT. And I work with a lot of guys that are Tyco, and they used to be ADT before the company split. ADT became the residential, and Tyco became the commercial. And with the older tier guys, they've been paying into a pension fund. They're some of the last guys to still get a pension. I mean, the job pays well, has good benefits, and you can retire with a pension. So I would think to walk away from that, he'd have to have something decent. I mean, is it Henry Rifles? Don't they pay him?
Maybe. CCI no sponsors his ammo, so.
I mean, I think the work he does, he's worth whatever they pay him. But I hope he's getting enough, from his sponsors that the YouTube thing don't affect him. Because I like his videos.
But there is a significant gamble going from working as an employee to being self-employed, and the financial end has to be there to make up for all those things that you normally think are free that aren't free, that you're now going to have to pay for directly instead of indirectly.
Well, I'm not saying being an alarm installer or a service technician for an alarm company is an easy job. It isn't. But, it's just, I know it's high stress because I've worked with these guys for 20 years, and I've seen guys make it to retirement, and I've seen guys have accidents at work and get hurt, and I've seen, just a lot of stuff come and go, and last time they split, everybody was worried, and recently the commercial division got bought out by another company, and everybody's worried. So, there's stress on either side. You're self-employed, you got stressed. You work for the man, you're stressed. But I hope he's doing well.
Yeah, if you're self-employed, though, you are in charge of your own destiny. That's the difference.
True.
He made it sound like he had another 9 to 5 already, so he's doing something.
Well, he could have got subbed out. He could have gone back to ADT and said, "Hey, I got experience. The work you farm out, I'm available for that," because I know that with Tyco, they sub out work to other smaller companies, but still bill us at the Tyco rate. And a lot of those guys are ex-ADT and ex-Tyco alarm installers.
What I really want to know is how come he has never gone after doing the Olympic, was it the quick fire competition with the Walther SSP pistols? Like, why has he never gone after that? Like, he could totally win that. Get some real gold medals.
Because he can edit.
Huh?
When you're competing, there's no pause, there's no edit, there's no nothing.
Well, that's fine and all, but I'm just saying, he's a really accurate shooter. You know what I mean? Like, he can hit, little 4-inch plates from 50 yards away.
But he also has responsibilities like his wife and his child.
I didn't know he was married.
And consistency of income is primary when you have responsibilities.
This is very true.
Still think he can do it.
Dano shitting on dreams again.
Nah, Dano actually, I will tell you the truth. Dano gives some pretty damn good advice.
Hey, if you put I won a gold medal on your resume, doors will open for you. Just saying.
And the thousands of people that don't get it, what do?
Go back to their 9 to 5.
If they had one, if they can go back.
Yeah, like some people can't go back. Which sucks for them.
Medal or whatever, an Olympic athlete, and people are going to respect the dedication and work and have to in order to get recognition for that.
There's a reason that most people who compete are A, single, and B, do not have a full-time income blowing into their wallet.
Yeah, but there's that woman who's won like the trap shooting competition for like the last 5 Olympics or whatever.
Sure, there's
nobody to compete against her.
You found an exception, and there's always exceptions. You're absolutely right.
But I mean, like in the shooting sports, it's like I don't even know how you would get started in that for Olympic competition. You know?
No, I mean I don't know either. I'm just saying.
You apply to the team on their website, and then
the website for an Olympic. I mean, basically do the website for an Olympic shotgun shooter, and she just lived here in Tucson and shot all the time, and just like having a job or something, or being like a race car driver.
Yeah. When you have nothing to lose, you can afford to compete. Literally, you have nothing on the table to lose.
What about, dude? That was grumpy.
He's not even going to stick around to.
No, he had nothing to lose. Like, fuck it, I got nothing to lose.
I think he just chat dropped more than he left.
Dropped the mic, except it was actually phone, so now his phone for the plate there.
That is possible. Wow. There he is. He's back.
Oh, he's back.
Google got me.
The NSA didn't like what you were saying.
Anyway, suggesting they got nothing to lose, I wouldn't go around saying it that far, because they wasted all that time in their lives, so they're losing the potential of it.
Somebody's 16, 17, 20, 22 years old. They had to get an education anyway. So what would they have lost? Instead of hanging out at the beauty parlor, they went and worked out instead?
I'm talking about Olympic shooter, and Emily was older than. She started when she was like 16 probably, but she was older than that. Anyway, we were talking about how do you become an Olympic shooter, and I was just saying they're just regular people.
No, a regular person is not that driven. They are extremely driven people.
All right, Mr. Contrary, I'm just saying it's not like...
No, I'm not being contrary. I mean, I'm not that driven. I mean, you were driven to accomplish the things that you have done.
Right? Bullshit on the web. Yes.
No, I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about before that.
I was driven by somebody at an Uber driver, though.
Okay. You can avoid the subject all you like, but you were driven to achieve that goal for whatever reason. You
Right.
were driven.
Well, we're not talking about that, though. I'm just saying, you guys were talking about how does somebody be an Olympic shooter, and I was just saying I happen to know one, and she does it devote like her entire life to it. It's just something she does, like a job, I'm sure.
Yeah. But I'm referring to people who like win the gold medals and win the silver and the bronze.
You did win. She's on the Olympic shooting team. Won many gold medals. It's just when you're good at something, I'm sure a certain amount of it has come naturally. You shoot all the fucking time. So you get really freaking good at it. And then I guess once you're good at it, you just also have to be at that level where you can do it on demand and in front of people. And then additionally do it on demand in front of people after traveling and all the, austere conditions you'd have doing it on the road. And then at different locations and different temperatures. So yeah, there's some level of like skill, obviously, and then dedication to want to push through all that. But it's not like Olympic swimming or weightlifting or something where I think you got to be like, got to get started with a good muscle. Because you're going to get a good weightlifter. You can't just become a little guy.
I guess maybe just a difference in opinions. I'm of the opinion that to get to the level of gold, you have to be willing to push to the point of greatness.
Obviously, I'm not disagreeing with that. I just am saying, I guess for shooters, it's not like you have to devote your entire life to it. If you're good at it, you can do it. Devote time to it.
I got like super NSA just now.
Are we off air?
Shouldn't be.
We're not. Everybody heard all of that.
No, we're still on.
They can't believe what they heard, but they heard.
Yeah, we're still on. For about another hour, actually.
My phone usually says live, and I didn't see it. That's why I asked.
Yeah, my phone app crashed. It was like, "Do you want to send the crash data to Google?" I'm like, "Fuck Fuck Google. No, you don't get shit. I don't know, like, Pomade says that Olympians in general are unemployed losers. Maybe I should show him that link that I showed everybody this morning. When Jim turned porn star. Oh,
Okay, I'll be back in 5 minutes.
Five minutes, so it takes one of them rub downs.
Oh, yeah. Here it is.
So a 30-minute game show. I'm thinking something like, is it Price is Right, where people come down from the audience and they participate, right? And then they get picked, and then everybody else shuts up, and then the person who gets picked gets a choice, like, or maybe like a random game. So there's like a set of 10 games or something, different kind of games, and then depending on how it is, you either get one randomly or you pick one, right? And then you play that game and you win or you lose, and then now you're over on the side, and then you go back to those main people and you do something to pick one to play another game, and then that person, one of them wins, and then that person either randomly or gets picked a game, they win it and gets stuck over on the side to shut up for a minute, and then you do that until you get like 3 people, I guess, or whatever, and then you tell them other people to get lost, and now you got 3 people in there, and then those 3 people maybe play something against each other, and then you have one, and then they play some final game, and then it's over. That could work.
2 heats and a final.
2 heats in the final, yeah. So that would be 1, 2, and then 3, 4, 5 games. So if I had 10 types of games, I guess, or 7 even, that would give me enough. And then maybe you win something for getting in the first heat, and then you win something for getting in the second heat, and then you win something more for winning. And that would be 3 things going out.
Well, it's just you're going to have to figure out what you want the heats to be.
Things going out. You do 3 things going out, and then maybe even a couple of random ones for the audience. So that would be like 11, and then 16, 17, maybe $20-something a week in shipping.
Let's see what.
Oh, Dano's back.
No, he's been here. He just walked away from his phone.
This guy I was trying to sell my AR pistol upper to wanted to try it, but he said he didn't have a lower. Like, he had a lower, but he didn't have a tube or a spring or a buffer. Like, listen, buddy, you either want to buy it or you don't. You can look it over for as long as you want.
Here it is. All its glory.
I ain't got time to go to the range, and you don't have a lower to put it on. No functioning pistol or registered SPR lower. I made it clear in my posting.
making that P10C money.
I'm actually redoing my pistol, too.
What the hell is that? Yates says Russians had serious leverage on Flynn. Reminder, Yates was fired on January 30th. Thanks for the update. So, apparently, when you go to a Senate hearing, you can just use conjecture, and that's evidence now. She still has no evidence. There's still no physical evidence, proof of anything, but conjecture is good enough. Podesta says this president needs some grown-ups around. Oh no, that's Leon Panetta. John Cornyn removes himself from consideration for FBI chief. Wants to stay senator.
You know the problem with the Facebook gun groups now is that people can't publicly shame other people for lowballing because all the transaction has to take place in PMs.
What do you mean lowballing?
Like if somebody offers you like some kind of a offensively low price for what you're, you know, like let's say you're selling a Glock 19, right? Gen 4 Glock 19, like new, nice condition. You know what I mean? For $450, that's $100 off. And then somebody lowballs you. They offer you like $300. Like, I'll give you $300. And then everybody in the thread jumps on. Helps you out a little.
Well, isn't it on the seller's responsibility to put, you know, firm or nothing less than?
Yeah, I
put OBO.
I've put firm in my responses, but
I mean, in the description, but you know, don't bother underbidding.
You can't put a price in the description because you have to word it like, I have this. Would you like to go to the range and try it out?
Okay.
Because Facebook
gotcha.
is against guns.
If you got to be that underhanded just to try to communicate, I got to question if it's even worth it.
That's not so bad. You get local people. You know what I mean?
Hopefully.
Well, this guy, I don't know. I don't even want to deal with him now.
After hours bar shut down.
Can I try it?
So, give me an example of how they word it so that it gets by initially.
Say, I got this Glock 19. Anybody want to come to the range with me and shoot it? And then you're like, and then you put, I'm in whatever town you're in. And they'll just PM you. They know what the deal is. It's still the same gun trade group. It just had to change its name and keep all its posts. If you post something, some rat motherfucker will Facebook police you. You know what I mean? Then you get suspended or your post taken away. Perhaps your group shut down.
Homeowners demand justice after burglars break into home and kill their dog. And the whole thing got caught on camera. I think they'll get justice.
But before Facebook cracked down, it was pretty good.
Tim Allen's last man standing cancellation angers conservatives nationwide. Well, nice try.
It was their highest rated show on ABC.
Was it?
Yep.
So then it was an unjust cancellation. I guess that would be
It
reasonable.
was their second highest rated show. I forget what their first was. And it was their third scripted highest rated show. I don't know what that means. Reality shows, first reality shows. So they're scripted too, though. So who are they kidding?
Probably Shark Tank is number one because it's awesome.
It's still on. See, we would have a gun channel on TV if our broadcasting wasn't run by the government.
Isn't that what Outdoor Life Network was supposed to be?
I guess, but it would have to be 24 hours a day.
Now that you're talking about gun channels, I'm selling it to the same place that Al Gore.
Okay.
No, the same place that Al Gore sold his network.
Al Jazeera.
Yeah, I'm selling
Al Gorzera TV.
Al Jazeera. You guys will have to wear hijabs when you chat now because it's disrespectful, and they'll be like, yeah, but I'm gonna be freaking pretty rich. It'll be pretty good.
Do the non-existent females of gun channels have to wear a beekeeper's outfit?
Yes. Sorry, Tori, you're going to have to wear this bag. I don't write the rules. I just enforce them with stones. No, I bet there can be a gun channel on TV. I don't think that's a problem. I think what they're going to do, though, is they're going to regulate it like beer commercials where you can't, put the beer up to your mouth or whatever. You'll be like, yeah, you can have a channel just with guns. You just can't put them up to your shoulder.
You can't show them ever being fired?
Yeah, we'll call it Brace TV.
I forget why I was even thinking about a gun channel in the first place. Now I had a point.
Other than Al Jazeera?
Yeah.
He's just confused because he's waiting for the call. Your P10C is... Smell burnt rubber, and you're going to see this thin film in the air where his clutch used to be.
My range is where I'm on the list. I don't know. I think it counts in new guns, I guess. Not fairly quickly.
My range sells a few new ones, and then they have like a section where they take the range rental guns, and after they keep them, I think they said for 11 months, they sell them. Good deals to be had that way. And like the guy the armorer for my range was actually an U.S. Army armorer before he retired. So it's like, the guy's got good hands. He knows his shit. Hey, Knives, you know what you haven't done today? Aside from unmuting yourself? That's good for your shit working. Well, anyway, tonight on Gunchannels, in roughly an hour and 40 minutes or so, will be the Daily Gun Show, which I believe simultaneously Quarks and Illusion Armory.
I got a phone call, but it wasn't the gun shop.
Which is also followed by Hit or Miss, Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock. That would be Eastern Time. I think that's it for Tuesdays, right? Or We Like Shooting. Is that on Tuesdays? And that is what we look forward to in Gunchannels tonight. If you hadn't heard, yes, I did get a message from Jimmy. He's not dead. His wife did not kill him. He did not get kicked out of his house. He's just working a regular 9 to 5 now. Day shift. I believe my brother-in-law that's trying to get him into the IBEW, which would definitely make him legit. So, wish him luck. That's electrician stuff.
Yeah, I texted with him a little bit last night.
I sent him the best way to get a message out of him. I was like, this is a courtesy non-police department related welfare check.
Hey, Dano.
How you doing, Tony?
I'm all right.
Do you know? I heard that the guns. I'm going to call it the gun store bill. Got out of committee, and any idea when it's potentially coming up for a vote in the House?
I do not know. I haven't heard anything except for.
Because I think that's the last step before it would go to the governor. Because I was at one of my local gun stores this morning, and I asked them had he thought, was he aware of it, and if so, what he was going to do if it indeed passed. And he said move to Tennessee.
Did you tell him he was one step ahead of him?
I said, that's an interesting idea.
See that? I nudge Knives to do your website's bump. He takes off. I do Gunchannels tonight, and now he comes back ready to do it.
Well, don't you have another 20 minutes?
Yeah, actually do.
Sorry, could you say that again?
I do.
Oh, okay.
Let's see. The Gun Dealer Licensing Bill, known as 1657.
You still at Helga's, Dano?
I've only been here about 45 minutes.
I didn't realize you was going to continue that after the training course. Cool.
That's two of us.
God, Rahm Emanuel is such a fucking idiot.
Who?
Mayor Rahm Emanuel.
Oh, yeah, no shit.
What a dipshit. The Gun Dealer Licensing Bill is an important step to combat gun violence. Show me a criminal who walked into a gun store and bought his shit.
Well, if they take the guns out of the people's hands in the state, then they can't steal them from them.
While he hides behind his gated community with armed fucking cops everywhere, right?
Yep.
What an asshole. It says it's to help combat straw purchasers from giving guns to criminals. Correct me if I'm wrong, but if I straw purchased a gun and I gave it to a criminal without paperwork, then if that gun is confiscated as evidence in a crime, it's in my name. I'm the one implicated, not the guy who used the gun who left it behind. So this whole straw purchasers for criminals thing is bullshit.
Well, and then you get probation, like the lady who did 4 of them here last year.
We are being led by idiots.
I don't know. I would not go down that path necessarily. We're talking about something that's not significant, in my opinion. And when you go down that road, you're basically insisting that they require more regulation on the transfer. So I suggest pay less attention to that particular situation and more attention on the responsibility to the end user. Because what you just described there, you buy a firearm, you sell it to someone, you're somehow responsible for their use. That shouldn't be in our side. That shouldn't be something we use for justification.
It ain't something we're using.
No, I get it. What I'm saying is they're saying it's to curb straw purchases, right? Which means they're saying that people are buying them and just giving them to criminals. Nobody in their right mind would do that, you know? It would come back to them before anybody else.
It happens all the time. Yeah, of course. I mean, that's why they get upset about it. A guy will get a girlfriend and say, go buy this for me, and then buy this one for my friend.
There are instances I know, because I've talked to my local gun shop, where a guy and a girl will come in and he'll be looking at it and looking at stuff, but he won't be touching it. She'll be the one asking to have it brought out, and he'll whisper in her ear, and she'll be clearly the one making the buying decision. But she'll say it's for her, and she's the one with the FOID card. But it's clearly going for him.
Well, that's your opinion, and that's the opinion of the guy at the shop. But then if you want it next time you're shopping for your mom or your sister or your wife or your daughter's son, and you're giving them advice over their shoulder that you want the guy behind the counter to be obliged or feel some sort of like social justice obligation to tell you to go pound sand because he thinks you're buying it for you.
Yep, you're absolutely right. It's my opinion.
So that's all I'm saying is I just say let's not use that because honestly, who cares? The firearm violence is going down, and I think we should spend our attention on focusing on who the firearms violence is on, because those straw purchases may or may not be a thing. I guess we can agree or disagree on how big a deal they are, but the results of it are what matters, really. And if violence is going down, gun use is going down, then who really cares if they got guns if they're not using them?
We're not using them.
Well, that just gives them.
We're discussing freaking stupid ass law that just, or bill that just came out of committee in Illinois. That's why they're doing it, because of straw purchases, they say.
Yeah, their
Yes.
justification for this bill is to try to stymie straw purchases. But like you're saying, it's such a minuscule number of actual criminally owned firearms that what it is it's the media overhyping a minuscule thing and like hyper focusing on it, making it sound like a bigger deal than it actually is.
Exactly. I see, like talking about it over and over. It seems like it's.
And it gives the public a false impression of, wow, this must happen a lot if they're going to keep talking about it.
Exactly.
It has to die in the House. I mean, the folks out there just need to stay on their elected officials to say no to it.
Well, the House is unfortunately as or more liberal than the Senate in Illinois.
So, Dana, when you were up and down in Camden, did you have any chance to check out their weight stuff? I'm assuming it's in the team room.
Their workout room, yes.
And then, did you get any advice on working out from them people?
Not directly, no.
So, how is their weight room?
It's all dead weights. Including those I-beam stands that you have for doing squats and so forth.
Oh yeah.
But it's and punching bags. Now they do offer a service to come in and kind of show them what you're doing to work out and to try to tune your workout for better results. If you happen to be in, let's say, for training, and you have either you're there a day early or you have an extra day after training to spend, whether it be an hour or two with a professional trainer. And I don't mean the gun trainers. I mean somebody who's a fitness trainer.
Right.
So, are you going down there again, and when, and how do you do that? Down there again?
I would certainly consider taking more classes from them. Like I said, I had a very positive experience. I think, at least at this point, subject to change, I would be interested in the fight. Because it's more thinking, mindset, tactics, not so much shooting. At least that's my perception.
Well, that's what I figured you'd do.
But scenario stuff, I really dig that stuff. As far as using your mind. Because it really helps with the, I forget how you pronounce it, but the OODA loop decision making, observe, decide, act, sort of thing. I don't want to say it's all about that, but that's certainly a major part of what that seems to be about. You tell me. I mean, isn't that one of the ones that you had participated in?
I've done the fight twice now. I think it's
okay. Well, is it? How would you describe it?
Yeah, like you did. I love it. I'm surprised you ain't already signed up. Are you going back for the alumni thing then?
I don't know.
Smorgasbord of classes?
I got to see. I mean, if I want to take a class later this year or not.
Free.
Well, it's not free. I got to drive down there. I have to have a hotel for a few days. So
Get yourself a van, and you start van again. What do you call it? Vagabonding.
yeah, I mean, good.
And you just start traveling around, training, living out of your van, getting hardened up.
Yeah.
You just you just lift the rear bumper of your van. And just squat the rear bumper of your van for like weightlifting. Put it in neutral. Put it in park and push it across the parking lot a bunch of times. Your cardio.
Yeah, that'll be me for sure. Me and my
I don't like man talk. He's out of here.
Orthopedic spine will be out there pumping steel.
Gee, we expect a video of you doing this here soon.
But I'm thinking possibly of taking certain aspects of the book that was handed out. Some parts are appropriate to discuss on air, some parts not so much, because I can't do them proper justice. But certain things I think are definitely worth bringing out just for, and I thought maybe might have a section called Tactical Tidbits.
Are you gonna get a shot timer now, Dano?
Oh, I've had a shot timer for 2 years.
Yeah. Do you do it for your draw? Do you use it for your draw?
That's what I've used it for. That's the only thing I've used it for.
What do you set your bar time as?
I don't do time between the shots. I just do from basically from the draw to the fire time. That's what I'm concerned about is that first shot from alarm to hit.
Portland libtard has a meltdown at store selling a Confederate flag rug. Owner tells her to get the fuck out. Then things get insane. Oh, really? I saw this meme the other day, right? Because you know how they keep pulling all these Confederate memorials? And there's protests about it on either side?
Yep.
Basically what it was is it was a picture of the Twin Towers. And it said... Or no, sorry, that's two different things. Essentially, they were saying if you want to pull the Confederate monuments to erase the fact that the Civil War ever happened, then it stands to reason that slavery never happened either.
Yeah, if the Democrats keep trying to erase their own history, then we won't have to worry about slavery. We'll be like, what are you talking about? It never happened.
It's like that didn't happen.
So, Moon, I got a question for you.
Yo.
Would you be willing to take on a low cost, by cost I mean pay, project to create an avatar for my channel using the Glock C compensated version?
The picture?
Well, I guess it's something that would be like the picture of the dog. That's too many variations in color, as an example. That's the issue with that.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, you can use like the picture that I've had in the past is kind of like just a conceptual thing. I mean, it's a photograph thing anyway. I mean, a Photoshop.
Yeah.
but something that'd be more. I don't want to say not a cartoon gun, but done in colors.
Yeah.
Straightforward colors.
Yeah.
Then
try.
Like rainbow colors, or like pastels, or like reggae colors.
Normal colors.
One life, Donald. One life.
Hey, you notice they took away one of the filters on Prisma.
That's Donald's Glock mod.
If you're interested, message me and then we'll talk offline.
They take off filters off of Prisma all the time. Which one do they take?
The urban one, but then they switched the name to a different one that they always had. So they still have an urban one. It's just not the same one.
Did you see that one Jimmy did? Looks like cartoon or something.
Yeah.
It looks like Sin City.
Yeah, they have a way you can get like new ones. What the fuck is going on? Do we have a profile for Prisma? Yeah.
Oh man, I gotta get one of these. I didn't know they made one. There's a Funko Pop
All right.
James Bond. I gotta have it.
I'm headed out of the gym, so I may lose the signal.
Damn. That's what I get for looking for things.
Yeah, they took away urban and made it that black and white, like blocky thing. Urban used to make it look like Grand Theft Auto art.
What? That'd be kind of cool.
Yeah, I used it more than any other one. They fucking took it away. They must have like
You like
must have
this
been like
too
a copyrighted thing.
Yeah, you like this too much. We're gonna take it away.
Like somebody like owned the rights to it or something. Some other company. Probably on an iPhone.
Another idea, Moon, would be is instead of a profile picture, more of a camera looking at the barrel sort of view. Not a picture, but a view.
Yeah.
Just a thought.
Orlando's Confederate statue should be moved from Lake Eola Park, Mayor Dyer says. Jesus Christ.
Oops, almost Googled Glick.
There's an ad playing, or in my area. Franchise opportunities. You can own your very own Burger Rim, which is a halal burger franchise.
You know, people have been doing franchise opportunities. I remember ads like back in the 70s in the newspaper like that.
Yeah, but this is halal burger. So obviously people's comments are coming in as Aloha Snack Bar and Jihadi Burgers and all this other shit.
Oh, well,
What's
halal
weird?
burger, of course.
What's weird to me is it says halal on one side, it says an IFA member and a burger franchise and all this other stuff, but then it says vet franchises. I'm like, oh really?
Did you say murder franchise?
No, it said veteran-owned franchises.
Oh, I thought you said something else. Yeah, but they didn't say a veteran of what? The jihad?
This is true.
Oh, snapskis. What do you want, your name plastered on it?
It doesn't have to. I mean, but if you want to, it is like a title bar at the bottom. Just Dano, all one word.
I would have just photo mashed both your avatars and have your dog with like flame shooting out of its mouth and nose. Lasers out of the eyes or something.
Something that would be simple enough that it could be potentially patchable, yet
Action Goldie defeats the terrorists.
yet also interesting looking. Of course, that's where the artistic part comes in, which is why I'm not doing it, because I do not have any artistic talent at all. I can do a stick man.
The only talent artistically I have is with Photoshop. Like that background for my photo streams, the one that's in like 8-bit pixel art. I do stuff like that. I picked that one because it kind of reminds me of downtown Houston.
And now I'm back home. For anybody that gives a crap. But getting on a treadmill is whenever you go to seats, you never want to get out of it. Like my legs are tired.
The thing that weirds me out about a treadmill is how solid it feels when you're walking on it, and then when you walk on normal ground, it feels kind of awkward.
Well, it has definitely has a different feel to it.
Mm-hmm. Like there's this grass path that comes out of the gym I go to. So if I walk on that treadmill that moves up and down and everything, it's like it feels really solid, right? And then I get on the grass and I feel like I'm about to fall over.
Right. Because it's not enough stability.
Yeah, it's like a texture thing almost. My brain is telling me that the ground's not solid beneath my feet. I think I got time to run one more. I'm just like waiting to hear, you got knocked the fuck out. So Dana, have you thought about what's next after the you got the Toke Rib, right? The M57? What will be next?
Surprised you're not already going through your shutdown procedure.
Oh, I'm about to. I'm gonna run this one last drive before I clean up for the day. See if I can beat the FedEx guy too. I get dinged so many times by YouTube. Man, it don't like this. Oh, yeah, it does. Summer has arrived in Texas. A little early.
Baba's back?
Hmm? Now the weather is nice and warm. I have no excuse not to work on my car. I gotta start looking for a 6-liter V8 out of a Chevy truck with a matching transmission. Stick it in an
Got a
old
small truck?
No. It's the big engine for like the 3/4 ton trucks.
I didn't think they put 6s in those.
No, 6-liter.
Oh, 6-liter.
Yeah, big V8 or bigger V8. I want to put one of those in my old BMW. Have a little fun with it. I need to save this. All right. Well, on your insistence and the fact that I am running a bit behind, it's time for me to shut down for the day. So get ready to tune in for the Daily Gun Show coming in just a little over an hour, and we hope to see you all there. And that will be running at the same time, I believe, as Andalusia Armory, and those both will be followed by Hit or Miss Tuesday nights 9 o'clock. Anywho, we'll see you all tomorrow. Later.